Today, I'd like to take a moment to extend a warm welcome to Commissioner Doug Ziak, as today is his first public meeting since being sworn in as Commissioner. Welcome. We're starting today with our annual priorities hearing. Each year, this hearing invites us to pause for a moment to hear from stakeholders and about consumer products, issues of concern to them, and to consider how the Commission should set our priorities going forward. The Commission is actually scheduled to meet twice today. Once this hearing ends, we're going to have a short recess before staff briefs the Commission on the recommendations for mid-year adjustments for the fiscal year 2024 operating plan. In March, Congress enacted appropriations bill for fiscal year 2024, cutting our budget by 1%. And unfortunately, even a small cut in our budget has huge implications for our safety work going forward. It's our responsibility now to make sure that we spend our limited dollars in a responsible manner and prepare for the possibility going forward of continuing shortfalls in the future. That makes today all the more important. We know that we don't have the funding, employees, and time to do everything that really needs to get done. To say otherwise is unrealistic and unfair to staff who are doing so much with our limited resources. We are going to keep pushing forward, and I welcome further discussions with interested parties about ways we can work together to further safety, because we are going to have to make hard choices about the agency what we will be prioritizing in the coming years. And hearing from stakeholders like you is vital to get that input so we can figure out how do we use our limited dollars. So we're going to hear from 3 panels of witnesses. Each panelist will have 10 minutes for their presentations, and I'm going to call on my colleagues to ask questions they have for the panel after those presentations. I'd like to also remind all the panelists to mute themselves when they are not speaking. So the first panel we have today, we have Dr. Benjamin Hoffman, who is president of the American Academy of Pediatrics. Courtney Griffin is director of consumer product safety for the Consumer Federation of America. We have Linda Kaiser, it's remote, as president of Parents for Window Blind Safety. We have Megan Holmes, who is of Homeschooling, which is remote. Heidi Zidan, who is CEO and founder of Ollywood, who's also remote. Nancy Calls, who is executive director for Kids in Danger. We have Jennifer Cleary, who's vice president of regulatory affairs at the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers, and Gabe Knight, who's policy analyst at Consumer Reports. So thank you all for being here, taking the time to come before the Commission, and look forward to what you have to say to us. So Dr. Hoffman, please start.
Thank you, Chair Honsarek. And it's wonderful to see you again, as well as Commissioners Feldman, Trumka, Boyle, and to meet Commissioner Ziak. Welcome. My name is Dr. Ben Hoffman. I'm here today, as you mentioned, as president of the American Academy of Pediatrics. And throughout my career as a pediatrician, the defining thread that connects all of my work has been a passion for preventing injuries among children. I began my career as a pediatrician with the Indian Health Service on the Navajo Nation, and it was there that in one single month in the winter of 1997, I took care of 5 kids who'd been critically injured in car crashes, none of whom were restrained by anything at the time of the crash. And I remember standing in the emergency department at 2 in the morning after the 5th one, thinking somebody has to do something about this, knowing I knew nothing about what to do or how to do it. And I decided it needed to be me. So I became a car seat technician, built a community-based coalition, and changed the trajectory of child passenger safety in that community. Over time, because of my relationship with AAP, I've been able to develop expertise on other product safety commissions, including, product safety issues, including issues of safe sleep. Injury prevention remains my passion and is the core focus of my presidency in the AAP. The Academy deeply appreciates the opportunity to make recommendations to the CPSC on your agenda and priorities for the 2025 fiscal year, and the chance to highlight issues we believe CPSC should prioritize in the coming fiscal year to protect and maximize children's health and safety. I've had the pleasure of testifying here many times over the years, and while it feels like I'm often repeating the same needs year in and year out, this year feels a little different. And I'm excited because there's been so much progress in a number of areas. Regarding safe sleep, the AAP truly values the work that you've done over the past year to propose an array of rules that regulate products that are incompatible with a safe sleep environment, including nursing pillows, infant rockers, and infant support cushions. Taken together, they represent a potentially profound public health achievement if successfully implemented. We believe that the proposed rules for these 3 product categories strike the right balance for ensuring that families have access to products that do have some health benefits for infants when they are awake and appropriately supervised, while reducing the risk for injuries and fatalities that infants have suffered that have been identified with use of these products. We also as a pediatrician, it is my duty to support the families for whom I care to ensure that they optimize the health and safety of their infants. We also know that infant sleep is one of the hardest things that parents face. My wife and I are both pediatricians, and I don't think you get any closer to informed consent in having a child than 2 pediatricians. And I can tell you, when we had our oldest, we were blindsided by how truly hard it was. I spend my days looking into the eyes of exhausted parents, helping them navigate the challenges of the weeks and months of limited and episodic sleep, trying to reassure them that they will sleep again and that things will be better, but helping support their needs in a way that keeps kids safe. There's so many times when parents come to me with a product that promises to make their lives better. And my response is uniformly, no, that is not, I know they're promising that. I know that people on social media are saying this is going to work. It's not going to work. It's dangerous. You cannot use that. This happens day in, day out. And it's our collaboration that can help us get to a place where parents do not have to be part-time product safety experts to be able to get through a day and keep their infants healthy and safe. We urge the CPSC to adopt the well-balanced proposed rules regarding infant products expeditiously to protect the health and safety of babies everywhere. And we continue to appreciate the work that the CPSC has been doing to implement the long overdue ban on crib bumpers and inclined sleepers made possible through the bipartisan Safe Sleep for Babies Act. And we encourage the CPSC to continue its comprehensive oversight and enforcement of these safety standards. We also wish to note our continued concern over the proliferation of weighted sleep products marketed for infants, including weighted blankets, sleepers, and swaddles. Based on our most recent policy statement, we appreciate and affirm the recommendations made by the CPSC, which recommends against using weighted blankets or weighted swaddles for infant sleep. And we're very encouraged to see the recent actions by major retailers to cease the sale of these products, for which there is no peer-reviewed evidence of safety. As I said before, exhausted parents should not have to be part-time product safety experts. They need to know that when they purchase something for their baby, that it is safe. And we urge the CPSC to continue to stay out in front of these emerging concerns so we do not see history repeating with tragic consequences. The AP is grateful to the CPSC for its continued work to protect children, including by recalling unsafe products by necessary. However, many recalls are unfortunately ineffective in protecting the public from hazardous products and actually removing unsafe products from the marketplace and from homes. We saw this in the reactive response to inclined sleepers, which were already ubiquitous in homes by the time the agency was able to act, which included a recall process that was cumbersome, complicated, and very confusing for caregivers. The AAP encourages the CPSC to expand its work to make recalls more effective, including taking proactive steps to hold companies accountable, including filing formal administrative or legal complaints to seek needed recalls, and carrying out market surveillance with an emphasis on getting recalled for sale products off the market and deterring wrongdoing in the future. Recognizing in particular the experience with dangerous inclined sleepers, the AP also continues our impassioned and emphatic call for a full repeal of Section 6B of the Consumer Product Safety Act, which delays the release of specific and critical information. Make no mistake, this policy has and continues to put infants and children at real risk of injury and death. And while the AAP will continue to call on Congress to fully repeal 6B, we also encourage the CPSC to use its full legal authority to modernize 6B and make it more efficient until it can be fully repealed, putting the health and safety of our children and communities front and center. Regarding water beads, we recently endorsed the Ban Water Beads Act, which would direct and empower the CPSC to enforce a ban on all water beads marketed for use by children. As the AAP continues to advocate for the bill's passage, we appreciate the Commission's use of its authority under the Federal Hazardous Substances Act to recall various water bead products that are not in compliance with already existing law, and we encourage the CPSC to continue monitoring and using its lawful authority to recall any water beads that violate existing safety standards. The AAP remains tremendously grateful to the CPSC for the Commission's tremendous work over the past few years in adopting safety standards for high-powered magnet sets, furniture tip-overs, button batteries, and we continue to encourage the CPSC to fully enforce all of these important safety standards. There are major bipartisan public health victories that protect children. And finally, the AAP would welcome opportunities to continue to partner with the CPSC to address infant injuries and deaths from other products, including liquid nicotine, from drowning, window falls, long-term exposure hazards such as phthalates and organohalogen flame retardants, liquid laundry packets, and other ongoing and emerging child health hazards. For more information on all of these issues, I refer the Commission to my extended written remarks on these important issues, and I thank you again from the bottom of my heart for the chance to testify today, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Griffin.
Thank you and good morning. Consumer Federation of America appreciates the opportunity to testify regarding CPSC's agenda and priorities for fiscal year 2025 and 2026. CFA is a nonprofit association of approximately 250 member organizations founded in 1968 to advance the consumer interests through research, advocacy, and education. The CPSC is an incredibly important agency because its mission to protect the public from unreasonable risk of injury or death associated with the use of consumer products impacts every American every day. There are numerous tools to fulfill this mission, and all tools must be used singularly and in combination to protect consumers. To effectively use these tools, however, the agency must have adequate funds appropriated to it. And given CPSC's critical mission, its budget must be vastly larger. CFA applauds CPSC's recent work on many critical safety issues, including adult bed rails, infant sleep products, furniture stability, and many others. These are issues that have harmed consumers for far too long, and we appreciate the Commission's robust action to address the hazards. We urge the CPSC to continue to use its tools to protect the public and to hold non-compliant entities accountable. Please accept my written testimony into the record, and today I will briefly summarize a few points. Regarding recall effectiveness, recalls are an important tool to mitigate and correct the risks associated with unsafe consumer products. Yet these recalls are occurring in increasingly complex global and online times, which presents both opportunities and challenges for consumers, CPSC, and businesses. There are many considerations that impact recall effectiveness, including the product lifespan, the value of the product, the quality and frequency and mode of consumer communication, the risk level, and the traceability. CPSC should continue to evaluate and improve the ways in which it's measuring recall effectiveness. It should continue to encourage businesses to incentivize full consumer participation, and it should simplify or work to simplify the recall process as much as possible for consumers. Regarding continued emphasis on e-commerce activity, e-commerce is central to how all of us are interacting with consumer products, especially in light of the dramatic increase of imported low-value direct-to-consumer shipments. With that said, we support continued efforts to improve e-commerce for consumers by working with online platforms to ensure that the goods sold on the platforms are safe and that non-compliant third-party sellers are held accountable. Regarding window coverings, we call on the CPSC to finalize a strong rule for custom window coverings that adequately addresses the hazardous looped cord and chain. CPSC identified window cords as a particularly insidious hazard in 1981. And here, 40 years later, more than 40 years later, and several voluntary standards later, hundreds of families have endured unimaginable tragedies. CPSC data demonstrates that looped operational cords have the highest death and injury rate of all cord types. And so we urge the CPSC to finalize a rule that fully considers those hazards that are presented by looped operational cords and chains on custom window coverings. We also call on the CPSC to develop and implement a consumer education campaign that provides the public with critical safety information about this ubiquitous consumer product that presents a truly fatal, potentially fatal hazard for children. Consumers deserve a uniform, evidence-based consumer campaign that would ensure safety within their homes and their communities. Child injuries and deaths related to OHV or off-highway vehicles. We urge the CPSC to seriously analyze and act on the safety hazards OHVs pose to children. As of September 2022, the CPSC has received over 2,000 reports of fatalities associated with OHVs from 2017 to 2019, and at least 13% of those were children under the age of 16. Staff has also estimated that there were 517,700 emergency department room treated injuries from 2017 to 2021, and at least 27% of those would be children under the age of 16. CFA and its partners have identified almost 500 OHV deaths last year, and approximately 19% of those were children under the age of 16, with several of them being children as young as 3 and 4 years old. Most of those fatalities were children involved with ATVs at 57%, followed by ROV use at 38%, and at least 53% of the children were killed while driving an OHV. And this year, we've tracked at least 14 child deaths, including children as young as 5 years old. These numbers are likely underestimates because they're based on media reports, and we would expect them to grow as more data becomes available. We urge the CPSC to protect children from this truly preventable but horrific death. On-road OHV use. We also urge the CPSC to be a strong voice in opposing the operation of OHVs on roads and to be a leader in educating consumers about the dangers of on-road OHV use. Data from CPSC and from FARS demonstrates that most ATV deaths occur on roads, and this is consistent with data that CFA and its partners has collected. Last year, at least 67% of the OHV related deaths that we're aware of occurred on roads. The CPSC should improve the reporting of OHV death data by including how many of those deaths occurred on private versus public roads, and should seek to reduce the significant time lags when releasing OHV death and injury data. That data are critical to understanding the scale and the scope of this enormous safety challenge. In conclusion, the CPSC plays a vital, critical role in ensuring that consumers are safe. And we urge the Commission to use all of the tools Congress has given it to protect consumers from potentially hazardous consumer products. We urge the Commission to prioritize and address the issues we've outlined today, as well as our written testimony. And Consumer Federation of America looks forward to working with the Commission to accomplish that end. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. At this point in time, we're going to move to the people who are on remote. So, Ms. Kaiser, you want to begin?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you for your time, commissioners. My name is Linda Kaiser. I am president of Parents for Window Blind Safety. I founded Parents for Window Blind Safety along with my husband almost 22 years ago after losing my precious twin daughter, Cheyenne Rose. She passed away on the inner cord of a window blind. And we've been working on this issue for a very long time. Our children, the most precious members of society, are at risk due to hazardous cords on window coverings. Despite the decades of efforts of the CPSC and the window covering industry to promote safety tassels and tie-down devices, these safeguards have known hazard patterns. They can unexpectedly detach from the wall and not get installed at all, leaving a hazardous loop that poses a significant threat to our children. So today I urge the CPSC to take decisive action. We need a strong mandatory rule that addresses the hazardous loop cords and chains on custom window coverings. I implore the CPSC to allocate the necessary funds and staff time for this crucial issue in the fiscal years of 2025 and 26. Further, we need to renew our focus on window covering safety education. We need to allocate resources to a robust educational campaign that will inform and protect our citizens. Many consumers are either unaware of the risks or believe that the issue has been adequately addressed. This is a misconception that we need to correct. So there are three main reasons for my plea today. First, there have been unfulfilled promises about addressing window cord safety by the industry. The promise to address cords on window covering products during the development of the 2018 window covering safety standard remains unfulfilled. Second, there are misleading warnings on manufacturers' websites. These inaccurate warnings mislead consumers when purchasing custom products. And third, there is a public confusion about safety measures, and some people believe that tying cords out of reach or cutting pull cords short will eliminate the hazard, and this is not the case. I urge the CPSC to prioritize window covering safety, finalize a mandatory standard, and allocate funds and staff time for this, and budget funds for a new education campaign. In my testimony, I have included an appendix that details inconsistencies in the CPSC's communication regarding window covering safety over the years. From identifying window cords as a hazard in 1981 without issuing a warning, to giving conflicting advice about tying window blind cords and chains together, allowing millions of products with loops and pull cords that consisted of cord joiners, while stating for decades loops were eliminated in press releases. And to date, the Commission continues to tell the public to anchor tension devices, while the staff has received dozens of fatal and non-fatal incidents involving the continued loop system, where tension devices detach from the wall. The public has never been warned that even if the tension device is properly installed, there are factors with how it is installed that undermine the integrity of the tension device installation, resulting in a hazardous detached tension device. These inconsistencies need to be addressed. I'm asking the Commission's support in allocating funds for an educational campaign dedicated to window covering safety. This campaign will empower consumers to make informed decisions and remove hazardous products from homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaiser. At this point in time, we're going to go to Ms. Holmes.
Hi.
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Camera's not. There it is. So I am we were asked to, in our email, discuss what we wanted to speak about. Most of what I want to talk about is the relationship between ASTM and CPSC. As a consumer, when I walked into ASTM, I was one of the few consumers in there. And as I was in there, I noticed that the relationship between CPSC and ASTM was intertwined, and the treatment that I encountered in my short time at ASTM it was a toxic atmosphere, and I never really saw it as a situation in which the consumer was valued. The treatment I encountered in my short time should not happen. I want to focus on what the real issue is. And with ASTM's relationship with regulatory bodies such as CPSC, it become evident that like former CPSC employees often transition into the consultancy roles, and underscores the complex dynamics within this baby sleep industry. With these relationships, it becomes more of a relationship between the manufacturers and these consultants, and treating consumers like they are intellectually less than. I would suggest that CPSC continues their consumer education. This was part of the issue. It wasn't even just ASTM that treated consumers like this. There was CPSC employees in these committee meetings that also treated consumers as if they were uneducated. I think it's that makes it so hard for consumers to actually be a part of this, or even want to be a part of this. I'm not a parent of a lost child. I'm not a manufacturer. I had no dog in the race. It was specifically for the baby products. I'm in other groups for pet products. I did not see this. It's with working so close with a governing body. I think CPSC should be looking further into this with ASTM. Some of these manufacturers go on to CPSC website and quote ASTM standards. They're sometimes quoting a standard to make it confusing to the consumer, to make it look like their product is passing safety standards when it's not even what they're discussing. So the labeling of consultants as a consumer raises questions about the representation and balance of interests in the decision-making process, particularly concerning the adequacy of consumer representation. And if CPSC, the governing body who looks out for consumers, is not recognizing this with such a close relationship with ASTM, I think that's a problem and should be looked into. Because it really makes it difficult for a consumer to be a valid part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zidan?
You hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for allowing me such an incredible opportunity to speak today. My name is Hindi Zidan. I'm a single mom by choice, and although I am a small business owner, my history and experience stems from working with and advocating for drug and trauma-exposed little ones ages 0 to 5 years old. I wish to dedicate my time this morning to discussing strategy 1.2.2, which emphasizes active participation in the development of consumer product voluntary standards and the establishment of mandatory regulations for products posing unreasonable risks of injury. As an engaged member of ASTM and a participant in several task groups, notably F15.19, focused on wearable blankets, I bring to the table my firsthand experience. Having joined in January of 23, I believe it's crucial to provide insights into the inner workings of these groups. Understanding these dynamics is paramount for the CPSC to formulate effective strategies aimed at safeguarding consumers, particularly infants. Given that the CPSC mandates voluntary standards organizations to uphold principles of transparency, balance, and due process, it is essential to evaluate how these principles are being upheld within the task groups. I would like to present 2 correspondences I addressed to the F15 chair. These emails are pertinent in setting the context and offering a comprehensive insight into the reasons prompting my presence before you today. The first email. I am writing to address a matter of great concern that has escalated beyond a point of contention and into uncomfortable, unprofessional, and inappropriate territory within our subcommittee. Regrettably, I have witnessed and personally experienced instances where individuals have resorted to yelling and speaking in a berating and demeaning manner. It is particularly disconcerting to note that one such occurrence involved a chair of our subcommittee. What is equally troubling is the existence of double standards, particularly with regards to the aggressive tone some individuals adopt towards women. Despite being on the receiving end of such behavior, I have observed a disheartening silence from others. Post-meeting, several individuals expressed their apologies for how I was treated, yet no concrete actions have been taken against the aggressor, who persistently exhibits such behavior in subsequent meetings. The principles of ASTM, which emphasize consensus, objectivity, and transparency, seem to be overlooked in our meetings. Instances of bias, hidden agendas, and a striking lack of diversity are increasingly apparent. It is crucial to highlight that our standards should be rooted in scientific and technical merit, free from the influence of special interests. Unfortunately, this is not the case within our subcommittee and task groups. In order to effectively enhance safety and prevent the recurrence of historical tragedies, such as the instances of unnecessary deaths associated with inclined sleepers, crib bumpers, nursing pillows, and loungers, it is essential to acknowledge that our present meeting environment may not be optimally aligned with these objectives. My second communication. I am writing to formally document my serious concerns regarding the mistreatment and lack of action in response to the issues I have raised within the subcommittee. In person, I brought to your attention instances of retaliatory techniques employed by the subcommittee chair following my disagreement with her, resulting in a significant financial impact on my business. I have also communicated through email about bias, hidden agendas, discrimination, and instances of aggressive and misogynistic behavior during multiple meetings, both from fellow members and the subcommittee chair. Despite my efforts to highlight these concerns, no action has been taken to protect me or prevent further incidents. During a specific meeting, I made a motion that was dismissed by the subcommittee chair, a clear example of non-compliance with ASTM international guidelines and a failure to fulfill responsibilities. I find it deeply troubling that despite the blatant disregard for proper procedure and leadership, there was a collective silence from everyone present, including yourself. In response to my recent email expressing urgent concerns about unprofessional conduct and ethical standards, I was disheartened to see it summarized as mere personality conflicts. Such characterization is not only inappropriate and condescending, but also dismissive of my legitimate concerns as an equal member of the group. I am disappointed by the lack of response, the flawed process within ASTM that fails to address safety standards adequately, and the apparent tolerance of corrupt practices from certain individuals. Consumers who are profoundly affected by the outcomes of our meetings deserve transparency and accountability. It is disheartening to witness a failure to uphold these principles. I urge you to take immediate action to address these issues and ensure a safe and ethical environment within the subcommittee. The integrity of ASTM standards and the well-being of its members, including myself, are at stake. That was the end of my second email. My attempts to engage have remained unanswered. Throughout my time spanning nearly a year and a half within ASTM, I've encountered instances of abusive conduct, violations of both bylaws and potentially antitrust regulations, and retaliatory actions occurring outside the purview of the group. On numerous occasions, my voice has been forcibly muted, with task groups prematurely adjourning before consensus could be reached, and my concerns being resolved in my absence. Coincidentally, on the single occasion I was absent from a meeting. It is important to delineate that my observations are specific to F1519, wearable blankets, context within ASTM. I refrain from making a sweeping generalization about the organization as a whole. Within the specific sphere, there exists a systemic framework that affords disproportionate control to select individuals, effectively silencing dissenting voices and marginalizing those who dare to dissent. The barriers to entry for actual consumers are formidable, necessitating a reclassification of non-consumer status to even approximate a resemblance of equilibrium. Not only are consumer voices absent, disparaging remarks about consumers are commonplace, revealing a dismissive attitude toward their importance and an utter disregard for the safety of our children. The apex of reprehensible conduct was reached when a mother who had experienced loss shared her insights during a meeting. As the sole consumer representative present, her perspective should have held paramount significance. However, the chair dismissively deemed her testimony regarding the death of her infant and her firsthand consumer experience as a waste of time. Quote, waste of time. Despite the presentation of numerous expert opinions and clinical reviews on studies, along with tragic incidences of infant mortality, it's become apparent that it doesn't matter. This group is supposed to be dedicated to safety, and instead safety is being disregarded. If principles of transparency, balance, and due process hold significance for you, if safeguarding consumer safety is a priority, and if preventing needless infant fatalities is a shared objective, then a critical reevaluation of your association with ASTM is imperative. Regrettably, within the standards group to which I belong, consumer welfare is not accorded the priority it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. This time we're going to turn to our stakeholders who are in the present in person. Ms. Cowles, recognizing you.
Thank you. First, I can say it's a pleasure to be speaking to a full commission for the first time in quite a while. Welcome, Doug. And thank you for this opportunity to submit comments on the CPSC agenda and priorities for the next 2 fiscal years. As you know, KID is dedicated to protecting children by fighting for product safety. And much of our advocacy is directed at the work of CPSC, either directly or legislatively, to strengthen standards, enact bans of dangerous products, improve transparency, and provide better information for consumers, and make recalls more effective. We appreciate how active CPSC has been under the current leadership in this commission, the emphasis on safe sleep through standards and enforcement, and the willingness to engage with companies to advocate for a recall, but using unilateral warnings and other efforts when that fails is making a difference. We appreciate how much CPSC does with a budget that is not only too low, but changes regularly based on the actions of lawmakers, causing programming to be interrupted or scaled back. We continue to push for a robust budget. The lives saved are well worth it. Looking forward to 2025 and 2026, here are our thoughts on the priorities for the agency and for all of us working for safer products. As we've heard from Dr. Hoffman, a heartbreaking number of infants die while sleeping. The national number of 3,400 can be better appreciated by looking at a smaller area. Researchers at Rush University in Chicago recently released a report on the SUID case registry for Cook County. The report found that from 2020 to 2021, 99 infants died suddenly and unexpectedly just in our county. 96 were sleep-related. That is almost 1 baby a week dying while sleeping. Some were in products sold for sleep, some were sleeping with others or in products like adult beds or couches. Some had products in the sleep space, including pillows and other infant products such as nursing pillows, loungers, or sleep positioners. We appreciate all CPSC is doing to reduce these numbers to save each of these babies. From adopting the Infant Sleep Product Rule, enforcing the Safe Sleep for Babies Act, conducting or contracting for research such as the landmark reports from Dr. Erin Mannon, to increase social media, educational tools, and outreach, CPSC has made this a priority. We urge you to continue this work in the upcoming fiscal years. We also appreciate the warning from CPSC about the weighted sleep products for infants and hope that the retailer's step of stopping sale of these products will help remove them from the market. We must work together to make sure we reach every family, not only with the Safe Sleep message, but the means to carry it out in their own home and in every child care facility. We all know that many recalled products remain in homes and on secondhand markets. We could all go on our phones right now and find recalled inclined sleepers and other products for sale in the secondhand market. Babies have died in these products, even after recalls and even reannouncements of recalls. The CPSC should strongly encourage recalled communities to use all tools at their disposal to retrieve recalled products. The first step is to require a commitment from companies to encouraging consumers to participate in the recall, both in the tone of the recall announcement and in the remedy that encourages a consumer to participate. The tools include social media for every recall, direct notification to consumers, and marketing recalls to the same extent they marketed the product. Additionally, recalling companies should work with retailers, marketers, consumer groups, state and local governments to help spread information about the recall more widely and to reach more consumers. We've repeatedly heard of issues between retailers and recalling companies in the years we've worked on this issue. CPSC should look at their recall process to see how that relationship in particular can be made more effective in improving recall response from consumers. It goes without saying that CPSC should post all recalls on its social media accounts. KID's current annual report on recall products has found this is still not the case to date. The CPSC is missing a very easy opportunity to reach parents and caregivers. CPSC should ban the sale of water beads marketed to children. Whether that's through legislation or your own action, it's very important to get these products off the market. There's no level of supervision that makes these safe. And all water beads that have been involved in injuries or death should be recalled. Through implementation of the Consumer Product Safety Improvement Act and Danny's Law, or Section 104, the CPSC has successfully developed strong mandatory standards for dozens of types of durable infant and toddler products. We appreciate the amount of time, energy, research, and knowledge that CPSC dedicates to this task. There are also new rules on magnets, infant sleep products, Reese's Law for button and coin cell batteries, and the Sturdy Act. We applaud CPSC for finalizing all of these rules to protect children, and we urge you to ensure that consumers and manufacturers are aware of the new standards, educate manufacturers about relevant requirements, and vigorously enforce the standards by taking appropriate actions such as recalls and warnings if unsafe products are unlawfully still found on the marketplace. SaferProducts.gov was added to the 2008 CPSIA as a substitute for repealing Section 6B of the Consumer Product Safety Act, which restricts information about potential hazards from reaching consumers. SaferProducts.gov is a public database of reports from sources other than manufacturers and is exempt from the constraints of 6B. While it is a very valuable resource, it has yet to fulfill its promise of providing a wealth of data that could be used to educate consumers. It could be used in research and, more importantly, to lead to the removal of dangerous products from the marketplace. While we don't have access to the reports that are never included in the published database, we do know that it's well over half the reports made. CPSC should work to reduce this gatekeeping to give consumers access to more information and request changes in the underlying law if it is unduly restricting valid information from being posted. In addition, CPSC should assure the public that it is following the guidance of the law, that there are specific reasons an item might not be posted, but those are the only reasons. CPSC does not have discretion to not include any other reports that do meet the criteria. And finally, with research, CPSC has a wealth of data and experience that can create informative research reports on different types of products, users, and risks. The reporting CPSC began in 2021 looking at differences during COVID should be continued, as we can now look back at that period and see if any of the changes in risk are permanent or consumer injury patterns have changed in other ways. We encourage CPSC to use their research capacity to strengthen standards, call for additional standards or compliance actions, as well as to educate consumers. The CPSC is vital to the safety of children and all consumers. And we thank you for your commitment to protecting consumers from harm. And thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. We look forward to working with you and many of our colleagues here in addressing these concerns and others that may arise.
Thank you. Ms. Cleary?
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers on the Commission's budget and priorities this morning. Today, during my oral testimony, as well as in our written testimony, I'd like to highlight two key priorities. First is active engagement and funding for consensus standards. And the second is consumer education, both on counterfeits as well as other important safety issues. AHAM consists of 150 member companies that manufacture 90% of the major portable and floor care appliances. And our manufacturers' members' top priority is to design products that are as safe as they are useful. So to discuss our comments on the priorities in detail, and there's more, of course, in our written comments. First, I'll start with standards engagement. AHAM strongly supports the Commission, CPSC staff's continued engagement in the development and reliance on sound, regularly updated consensus standards. In addition to building safety evaluation into every phase of the design process to ensure potential hazards are designed out or warned against, our members test to ensure that their products meet or exceed existing safety standards. For our industry, safety standards are not voluntary. Per the NEC and retailer requirements, they are mandatory. Because they are so critical, we work proactively and cooperatively with CPSC staff and others to improve these standards, reduce risks, and improve consumer safety. We regularly consult with CPSC staff on both the status of these efforts as well as the substance and priorities, and we value their insights in those areas. Over the past decade, AHAM has made 120 proposals to consensus bodies just to list some of the areas where we have engaged here. Oil ignition testing for coil and induction electric cooktops that's aimed at mitigating fires. Dryer base fire and load fire, we've updated the methods aimed at mitigating those fires. We've developed and proposed a test that helps to mitigate flame propagation in all major appliances. Tests for microwave ovens to mitigate fire incidences. Tests that work on blender blade robustness, vacuum cleaners, robotic vacuums rather, to reduce trip and fall hazards. I mean, like I said, there are 120 such proposals, so we're really active in this space, and we believe it's important for CPSC to continue its engagement as well. So we encourage the Commission to prioritize and fund ongoing participation in standards development work. Some recent examples of collaborative work between AHAM and its members and the Commission include batteries used in appliances, AFCI and GFCI, nuisance tripping, cooktop emissions, cooktop knob actuation forces, and portable room heaters. We believe it's vital for CPSC and AHAM to advance the shared goal of protecting consumers for this to continue. CPSC staff, standards development organizations, manufacturers, and others learn and benefit from the factual discussions and analysis that occur at the technical level during the standards development work. And CPSC staff's involvement is really vital. When they're not present, the value of the work certainly decreases. So their participation is missed, and we continue to urge that participation. A really good example of recent work together is on portable electric heaters. CPSC staff is currently leading a working group to draft updates to UL 1278 for movable and wall or ceiling hung electric room heaters, and to UL 817 for cord sets and power supply cords. So we value staff's participation and work in these proposals and urge the Commission to continue to prioritize staff's involvement in these efforts and to fund it. Second, I'd like to talk about consumer education, another key priority. In my written testimony, I discussed in detail the important role for the Commission can play in educating consumers about health and safety risks associated with counterfeit products. And I highlight in that testimony AHAM's long-term efforts to work with the Commission to educate consumers and to stop the importation of counterfeit replacement water filters for refrigerators. We've seen that counterfeits maybe not only don't remove the contaminants, but may add contaminants to the water. And so we encourage the Commission to continue to prioritize efforts and allocate funds to stop counterfeits at the ports and to warn consumers about the health and safety risks associated with these. And we would be glad to work together with the Commission and staff on these efforts. Other education opportunities also exist to prioritize related to home appliances specifically. Top of mind are portable electric heaters, ventilation while cooking, and securing ranges to the wall. And we look forward to working with the Commission on educating consumers here. I appreciate you seeking feedback on the Commission's budget and priority, and AHAM looks forward to engaging with you as well as other stakeholders to advance product safety. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Ms. Knight.
Thank you. On behalf of Consumer Reports, the independent, nonprofit, nonpartisan member organization, I welcome the opportunity to present comments on the CPSC's agenda and priorities for fiscal years 5 and 2026. For 88 years, improving product safety on a data-driven basis has been central to CR's mission. We push for strong action from the CPSC to help keep the public safe, and we defend the CPSC's vital role in shaping the marketplace. The agency has made considerable progress on a number of persistent and emerging hazards, and we urge the CPSC to build on its strong recent actions. The CPSC should continue to hold companies accountable and fully utilize the agency's compliance and enforcement authorities as needed. This includes unilateral warnings and substantial civil penalties that would help ensure that the public is better informed and companies put safety before profits. CPSC should also continue to push companies to carry out recalls quickly and completely, and also make consumer participation as appealing as possible. As we have repeatedly communicated to Congress and the public, the CPSC should receive increased funding to better protect consumers. However, given the current funding realities, the CPSC will be forced to make difficult decisions on how to allocate limited resources. As the Commission carefully considers how to prioritize the agency's work, we urge the CPSC to place an emphasis on the following key activities in its fiscal 5 and 2026 plans. First, we urge the Commission to continue to focus on hazards that put infants and toddlers at serious risk, including by issuing strong safety standards under Section 104 of the CPSIA. It is paramount that the agency ensures that only those durable infant and toddler products that meet strong safety standards and align with expert medical recommendations are for sale in the marketplace. Unfortunately, hazardous products do pop up, and sometimes manufacturers refuse to participate in a recall or offer consumers an adequate remedy. In these instances, the agency should quickly warn consumers to stop using the products. When possible, encourage retailers and platforms to remove the product for sale and issue a safety warning of their own. We also urge the agency to engage meaningfully in the voluntary standards process, as well as to finalize strong rules for infant support cushions, nursing pillows, and rockers. Consumer Reports remains concerned about weighted infant sleep sacks, which run counter to the AAP's safe sleep recommendations. We appreciate the CPSC's guidance to the public on this subject. Additionally, we urge the CPSC to continue to remain vigilant on products that pose acute risks to young children, such as water beads. Water beads send thousands of children to the ER every year, and we know children have died after ingesting water beads, including 10-month-old Esther Jo Bethard last year. While several retailers and platforms have restricted the sale of water beads marketed for young children, products inconsistent with marketplace guidelines still appear and reappear far too frequently. We are concerned about the pace of progress in the ASTM discussions on water bead safety and consider strong and timely federal rules essential to address the serious risks posed by these products. Therefore, we're continuing to advocate for a legislative solution. Second, we encourage the agency to continue to work expeditiously to finalize strong rules where voluntary standards have not sufficiently reduced injury deaths. Specifically, we urge the agency to finalize strong rules for table saws, residential gas furnaces and boilers, custom window covering cords, and e-bikes. To address the risk of fires associated with e-bikes and other e-mobility devices in a timely manner, CR also continues to advocate for the enactment of a lithium-ion battery safety bill in Congress. Finally, the CPSC should remain focused on the steps it can take to minimize the risk to consumers from products online and hold platforms accountable to the greatest extent possible for the safety of products they allow to be sold. The CPSC should continue to proactively monitor platform activity, engage with platforms, and carry out robust compliance work to improve accountability. This includes the continued use of unilateral warnings as necessary. We commend the CPSC's eSafe team for its work and urge the agency to expand its push for the removal of recalled, non-compliant, and hazardous products online. However, the presence of such products is at a larger scale than the CPSC can address alone. Online marketplaces must take greater responsibility for the products sold on their platforms, including those sold by third-party vendors, and do everything possible to ensure that hazardous products are not available for sale in the first place. CPSC should continue to engage and push companies to adopt product safety best practices with clearly stated guidelines for companies to follow. Best practices must begin with fostering an organizational culture centered on safety and accountability. This includes designating key staff to help integrate product safety best practices into the business, enhancing vetting processes for third-party vendors and consumer products, and providing consumers with clear and reliable product safety information. By encouraging these types of safety-centric practices, the CPSC could help improve consumers' shopping experience while also building trust with online platforms and retailers. CR strongly supports this endeavor and looks forward to working with the agency to make online shopping safer for consumers. In conclusion, CR looks forward to the CPSC continuing to take strong pro-consumer action to address hazards associated with consumer products. We are eager to work with the agency to fulfill its mission in fiscal years 2025 and 2026.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. And thank you all for your testimony. At this point in time, I'm going to turn to questions from the commission. Given the long day, we've all agreed to do 5-minute rounds with multiple rounds if necessary. So I'm going to start with myself. Again, thank you all for engaging with the agency. We are here today to hear from you. So I take you at your testimony, both oral and written, but I did want to provide a few thoughts from what I heard today. First, all of you have focused a lot on children's safety, and obviously children are among the most vulnerable in our population, and it is among the mandates both statutorily and for the focus of the commission to prioritize product safety when it comes to children. So appreciate you all your focus on that, and Dr. Hoffman, obviously pediatricians are sort of the canaries in the coal mine as to the issues that we're seeing with children. So I appreciate their continued engagement and to be able to both let the agency know what you were seeing from your perspectives and to continue in the advocacy you have where you see that there are problems out there. Obviously, what we heard from Ms. Zidan and Ms. Holmes on ASTM is concerning because the process should be open, excuse me, open and transparent. We don't control the ASTM process. We don't control voluntary standards processes, but it is concerning when we hear reports along these lines. And you should know that when I receive your testimony, my office has forwarded that on to ASTM as well as to staff, and we will follow up to get a better sense of what's going on to make sure they know that people are watching. You know, with respect to, Ms. Cowles, Ms. Griffin, Ms. Knight, We always appreciate the support for the agency that you have shown over the years and continue to show. As you pointed out, we have done a number of things over the last couple of years, but we can always do better, and figuring out where to prioritize, as you have been telling us today, is important. We have another number of processes and rulemakings that are going on now, but obviously focusing on recall effectiveness from Ms. Cowell's perspective, always thinking about where the deaths and injuries are, things like OHVs. And, I agree with you, and I think I've said publicly in other places, e-commerce platforms continue to be the new place where people go to buy. And that is functionally and fundamentally different than the stores that we all used to buy on the corner market. And so continuing to work to make sure that those platforms are acting in a way that is safest for consumers is critically important, especially as these platforms pop up and become new and maybe new to our markets as well. And then finally, Ms. Cleary, I appreciate you coming in, providing an industry perspective as to the priorities for the agency. Product safety is fundamental to all of us, and to have all perspectives at the table is incredibly important to be able to maximize what we can do for the public. So thanks to you all for coming in today and for taking the time out of your busy schedules. With that, I'm going to turn to my colleagues. Mr. Feldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by acknowledging and welcoming our newest colleague, Commissioner Ziak, who is making his first public appearance on this dais. It's good to have that chair filled, especially by somebody with Doug's expertise and character. As many people know, Doug was my chief counsel prior to his new role, and before that, we worked together in the United States Senate. Doug, I'm excited to work alongside you. CPSC works best with a full complement of qualified commissioners, and I know that American consumers will be well served with you at this agency. Thank you also to the panelists who are joining us here today, both in person and remotely. I appreciate everybody's time and attention on the issues before us. On a personal note, today is one of my favorite days of commission business. The Consumer Product Safety Act requires that in establishing our agenda and priorities that the commission conduct a public hearing to provide an opportunity for comments. That's precisely what we are doing today. In fact, today and throughout the year, we wouldn't be able to do what we do without your perspectives and expertise. So with that in mind, I'm here today primarily to listen, because hearing from you is so important to our decision making in the months and years ahead. Thank you for joining us and for your testimonies. I yield the balance of my time.
Mr. Trumka.
Thank you, and welcome, and let me just echo that welcome to Commissioner Ziak at your first public meeting here. Look forward to working with you on many things. So welcome, and to our panelists, thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing such important information and important ideas to our attention, and I really appreciate that. Ms. Griffin, I think you made some tremendous points, and I think I'll highlight a couple just on the ATVs and side-by-sides that jumped out to me from some recent experiences. And you talked a bit about kids, and you threw some important numbers at us. I coach my son's football team, and these kids are young, 7, 8, 9 years old. We had a kid walk up to us at practice last night. He limped up, and he had his leg bandaged because he was thrown off his ATV over the weekend. And kids that young riding these things, thankfully he walked away. But the point you made, so many don't. And you pointed to about 100 deaths a year in the most recent data that we've seen where kids don't walk away from things like that. So thank goodness he didn't join those ranks, and he's here to talk about it. As a Pennsylvanian, you also know that this is the best time of the year because it is both turkey season and trout season in Pennsylvania. So this last weekend, I was up in the southwestern part of your state, taking a look at both of those species. But when I was, the part of the state where I'm at over there, where our cabin's at, the prevalence of people riding side-by-sides on the road is as high as trucks. And I haven't seen heard any incidents in that little pocket of the world, but I fear that it's just a matter of time until we do. And so it's really, I appreciate you raising those 2 points because I think they're important for us to consider. Ms. Kaiser, thank you for being here, and thank you for being such a champion for safety. And I want to make sure we can best meet your goals. I agree that we need to make sure that we're educating the public in addition to the rulemaking that you raised too. But in terms of educating the public, I know that we've got 2 buckets to address. One being old window blinds that have been in people's homes for a long time, but the other being new window new custom window blinds that are still being sold after the DC Circuit struck down a very thorough rule that would have protected us against those. So, Ms. Kaiser, I'd like to hear what your ideal safety campaign would look like. I'd like to know if there's any messaging that the agency is putting out now that you think is inappropriate that we should change, and what should we be saying instead if that's the case?
Thank you for asking. I really appreciate that, Commissioner Trumka. I think the first thing that needs to happen is the 1-800 number that's being referenced to is kind of a vicious circle. The safety kits that are recommended to be used on old products consist of safety tassels and tie downs. And those two things have known hazard patterns on them. So when you recommend consumers to fix their old window coverings, they open up those kits and they're like, okay, those are safety tassels, which are now not being sold anymore. And tie down devices, I don't know how updated those devices are on those retrofit kits, but they're probably not as durable as, they are today. So I really think that needs to end. I think that, I see recalls all the time of the commission just telling consumers to throw the product away and buy something new. And I think that is something that needs to happen. If a product is hazardous, then consumers need to throw it away and buy something else. I know that there are consumers out there that can't afford to buy new window coverings, but if there is a stress that the product is hazardous enough, I think that there needs to be a stress on that. There is an issue there, and I understand it, but I just don't think that there should be a lean towards, continuing this retrofit kit thing.
Thank you, Ms. Kaiser. I appreciate that. Ms. Cleary, thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned an instance where CPSC staff was removed from a leadership position on an ANSI cooking safety standard committee. And can you tell us, tell us a bit about that and tell us if that has hindered the work of the committee and what you'd like to see there.
Thanks for the question, Commissioner Trumka. Yes, we believe that the commission staff's role in both this and other task forces is incredibly important. So any diminishment in the involvement of staff can make the efforts more difficult. So I think this is ongoing, but we would encourage leadership by commission staff in both this and other areas.
Thank you. And I am out of time. I would request a second round. I have so much to learn from folks. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And last but not least, I'd like to welcome Commissioner Ziak. I think we have good polls on either side of the dais here, so I look forward to working with you. And I'm glad that day has finally come. And thank you to all the panelists. I think I had talked to a couple of you beforehand, and I said this is a ritual we do every year. Rituals are important, and I'm really glad to see many familiar faces and to hear from some new ones as well. So thank you very much. Just have a couple of quick questions, and I'll start with you, Dr. Hoffman. You testified that the AAP believes CPSC's proposed rules for infant pillows, nursing pillows, and infant rockers, quote, strike the right balance between providing benefits for infants and reducing injuries and fatalities. I think you spoke very eloquently, and certainly I can empathize with the how exhausting new parenthood is, but at the same time, you describe the potential benefits these products have for infants. So are you in essence saying that we as regulators should be taking the utility of a product for both the infant and the caregiver into account so that we can, quote, strike that right balance?
Thank you, Commissioner Boyle. I think I appreciate that question. I think there is a very delicate balance between utility and safety in many products. As an academy, when we develop policy, we begin and end with the science and what we know and what we don't know. And I think looking at, there are documented benefits of a product like a nursing pillow when used appropriately in the way that we know that the science shows it can be used appropriately. It improves breastfeeding, initiation, duration, etc. if it's not used appropriately, it presents a clear, pervasive, and continuous danger. And so it is an issue of striking that balance. And I think that's a needle that's very complicated to thread, which is why we're delighted to continue to be able to partner and advise and participate in this process. And we will continue to do so. I think the more data and science that we have, the more transparent the process is, the easier this becomes, and the safer we can make the environment for families and infants.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm going to stay with you for another minute, if you don't mind. You also talked about the judicious monitoring of emerging and novel products. I think you gave an example of in your own practice how parents come in and you say no to that product. And as you know, of course, the agency does not have pre-market approval. And so we have to assemble data and information, and this could be difficult. And so do you have any recommendations on how, when you are saying no, and how that information, and you may be on the front lines of identifying these new products, how that information can more easily flow to us?
I thank you again, Commissioner Boyle. I think that's the central question and a very large concern. I think there is, and I certainly had this as a parent, and I see this every day with the families with whom I work. There's an assumption that if something is sold, it is safe. It was striking to me as a pediatrician to learn that that's not the case. As Chair Honserek said, pediatricians are the canaries in the coal mine. Social media propagates a lot of information, some of which is valid and much of which is not, that we find ourselves continuously battling. And it's in everything from vaccine hesitancy to how people think about infant sleep and products that are out there. Especially in the infant space, it is so complex and so challenging for new parents. The voices of science and reason, safety, etc., are not as loud, not as compelling as the voices of those who propagate stories and information about products that promise a better experience, longer sleep, better feeding, all of these sorts of things that in fact run counter to what we know the science shows. And I think we struggle with that around how to address it and how to mitigate those risks. And I think our partnership with you has been essential in helping us get a little bit further down the road to protecting infants, but that's where the crux of the challenge remains.
Thank you very much for that answer, and looks like I'm at the end. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Ziak.
Thank you. Good morning to all of our participants, and thank you for joining us for the CPSC priorities hearing. Thank you to staff for all the work you put in today, preparing and getting us through today. The Commission works with Congress and the public, including the stakeholders here, to help protect people from unreasonable risk of injury associated with consumer products. This is my first public hearing, has been noted. And with that, I wanted to take some time to introduce myself for those of you who may not know me. As noted, my name's Doug Ziak, tricky last name, and I served for 3 years as Commissioner Feldman's chief counsel. I was sworn in as a commissioner on March 25th. Prior to this, I spent 25 years in a mix of roles, senior roles in the United States Senate, working for 2 servant leader senators, Senators Michael Enzi and George Voinovich of my home state of Ohio, and as a regulatory attorney. I am the child of 2 public servants. My mother was a nurse. My dad, in addition to being a welder at the local utility, was a member of the police department in my hometown in the industrial heartland of Ohio. My mom always told me being a public health nurse was her favorite job. She loved the idea of helping others lead healthier lives. And she had a deep commitment to America's public health system. I carry that commitment to our public health system while doing this job, alongside with my dad's commitment to public safety, as I see this commission as having that dual role. I would also be remiss if I did not recognize my spouse, Leanne, who is the most dedicated public servant, having spent 28 years working for the Department of Justice in various roles. And I also want to thank Commissioner Feldman and my colleagues up here today for the warm welcome, and the career staff for all they do. Finally, to all CPSC stakeholders, from the safety advocacy community, the individual advocates and the business community, both here today and those I've yet to meet, thank you for the work you do to improve the work we do. I believe this commission benefits from your collective wisdom, experience, and information. My office, as I committed to when I went through the process with the United States Senate, will always have an open door policy for all stakeholders to hear your ideas, concerns, and solutions. We may not always agree, but I will always listen to each of you, working together to find the best policy solution. I am committed to treating all stakeholders, using Senator Enzi's office motto, quote, in the way you would want to be treated. If you ever think I've fallen short of that, let me know. With that, I have a few questions in my 2 minutes. Let me start first with, this is a homework assignment. One of the issue areas I committed to focusing on, given I had extensive experience as an aquatic safety professional in college and beyond, working with the American Red Cross as a lifeguard, as an instructor trainer, etc., is aquatic safety. It's the #1 cause of death, as many of you know, for infants 1 to 4, and the second greatest cause of death for young adults and children beyond that age. I would like to work with you and get a commitment with your ideas, with all I just said in mind about working collaboratively on how we can make a change to that arc of those deaths. Every day we receive a death report. Without fail, every day, almost every day, there are multiple drowning deaths. And I would like to figure out how we can change that. Again, that's the take home. A couple of questions on lithium-ion batteries. I'll start with Consumer Reports and you, Ms. Knight. One of the focuses, our primary focus on lithium-ion batteries has been e-bikes and micromobility devices. But one of the questions I have is, does the danger that you are seeing, or others are seeing for that matter, with the fires caused by lithium-ion batteries and thermal runaway, are we seeing those in other products? Anyone? Or if that's something you want to have a chance to get back on, I'd welcome that. Because there does seem to be momentum either in Congress and certainly within the commission to address that.
Thank you for the question. Well, of course, I think what we've all seen in the news is the proliferation of lithium-ion batteries, the fires that emanate from those used in e-mobility devices. I think there are several other products that use lithium-ion batteries that, historically we've seen problems with as well. Cell phones come to mind. I know there was a whole slew of cell phones blowing up as a result of faulty lithium-ion batteries. I know someone personally whose toothbrush recently started smoking it and blew up, and they had to act quickly to dispose of that. So yes, I think the issue of lithium-ion battery safety certainly goes far beyond e-mobility devices. And if the commission can to address that in the future, I think that would be.
Thank you. My time has expired. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. And we've had a request for a second round. So just going on the questions. Commissioner Trumka.
Thank you. Dr. Hoffman, as to weighted infant sleep products, AAP has been a tremendous leader and has been crystal clear that with its advice not to use these for infant sleep. And I appreciate that, and people need to keep hearing that. You've also said, Dr. Hoffman, that you're, quote, concerned about ongoing efforts to develop a voluntary standard for these unnecessary products, which would send caregivers and the general public the inaccurate message that they're safe. What I would appreciate is your opinion on whether you think CPSC should use our limited time and resources in participating in that voluntary standard.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Trumka. I don't know a safe way to use those products. They are one of the things in reference to Commissioner Boyle's question that I think promises longer infant sleep. But I don't know a safe way to use them. I am not an expert in the functioning of ASTM and the relationship with CPSC to the degree that I would feel comfortable saying yes or no specifically to that question. I do think it's important. I do think we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg in terms of injuries and bad outcomes from those products, especially as they become more, as they potentially become more prevalent in the marketplace. So I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel like I have enough knowledge to be able to answer that question.
I appreciate that.
But I do want to emphasize how great the concern is around the use of those products.
Thank you. But Ms. Zidan, you do have familiarity with that specific process and with that specific ASTM group. And I wanted to give you some time to address what you've raised to us today about that. And I think it's important that we look at this ecosystem. So these are groups that are, dominated by industry. We've got CPSC participation. We've got consumer participation. But you're going to tell us what that looks like in reality. And we're required to defer to these things in certain circumstances. There's a lot of emphasis that we place on them. And at the same time, we as consumers, or as commissioners, I as a commissioner have almost no visibility into this process. I'm not allowed to participate. I have limited visibility. So I can only hope that these things are operating to the utmost of ethical standards. And what you've raised today, I wanted to give you a chance to address. And you were part of the Wearable Infant Blanket Subcommittee at ASTM. Ms. Zidan, in your work with that group, you said that you've witnessed, quote, discrimination and instances of aggressive and misogynistic behavior, both from fellow members and the subcommittee chair. Can you please identify who you're referring to and tell us about their behavior?
Thank you for your question and the opportunity to speak, Commissioner Trumka. I am more than willing to be able to provide concrete, clear examples. I can provide a few right now, and for further instances, I would hope that we could have a separate closed meeting, if that's agreeable, where I can share more of the information.
Let's start with what you'd like to share today.
Yes, sure. From the very first meeting that I attended, I saw questionable behavior. There was a member of the group who English was a second language for her, and no accommodations were made to support her. She stated numerous times she felt more comfortable in communicating via chat, and that was shut down, and she was told she could only communicate and participate through speaking, and she eventually left the group. There is a striking lack of diversity in representation on many levels, that being the levels of the group, as well as representation of the diversity in consumers. We are supposed to be creating standards that have consumers at the forefront, and consumers have no voice in our meetings. I am classified as a manufacturer, and I want to make that clear, and I think I should have no voice in these meetings.
My time is up. I would like to give you a chance to expand on that more. So I'd like to request another round.
Commissioner Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did just have a couple of additional questions, really for Ms. Griffin, Ms. Coles, and Ms. Knight. You all mentioned a number of priorities that have been longstanding on the CPSC agenda. Couldn't agree with you more that those are all important issues, and I hope we come to a quick resolution of many of them. I wanted to ask you, given the budgetary constraints we are in, whether you are in a position to identify the new and emerging hazards that you would prioritize among your priorities, so that we can get a sense of, in this limited budget, what your voice is on those issues. So I'll start with you, Ms. Griffin.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I think that question illustrates a theme in all of the testimony today, which was this is a very small, mighty, important agency that does not have enough budget to really meet all of the emerging hazards and pre-existing hazards that we're aware of. But I think another theme that has been underscored throughout the testimony, at least on this panel, and will be underscored through the remaining testimony today, is there are a variety of specifically children's products that are consistently worrisome to everyone at this table. Those are water beads, those are weighted infant products, and will always be safe sleep. And then obviously from my testimony, CFA and our partners are incredibly concerned about the just shocking number of children that die every year from OHV use. And we will continue to ask that the agency seriously consider that and act in the most aggressive manner possible.
Thank you, Ms. Coles.
Thank you for the question. And I think part of the issue with identifying emerging hazards is they come upon us so quickly. So the ASTM committee that's being talked about, the wearable infant blankets, which cover what we would typically call sleep sacks, but can't because it's a proprietary word. But when it first started, I had no idea there was even such a thing as the weighted sleep sack, because it really is such a ridiculous idea that you would put weight on a vulnerable infant's chest. And so that committee, as has been spoken to, really devolved because one of the makers of them was the chair, but it came out of nowhere. And suddenly we're all working on it. We're talking legislation. We're talking with you. It has to be dealt with suddenly because parents will do anything to get their baby to sleep, especially if someone's telling them that it's safe. And the real role CPSC can play, I think, in all of these issues, and you do it anyway, so hopefully no matter what your budget is your source of data. You have the data. We have the industry telling us in this particular case they have no incidents. And yet we know of incidents. There's consumers in the room who've had incidents. And so we really rely on CPSC data to be able to cut through, to understand what the issues are, and to take aggressive action. Maybe if CPSC can't take it, then we look to legislation, or, in this case, the retailers were one of the first groups to step forward. So, we have to keep up with emerging issues, and really you being the source of data, safer products, your ability to find data, the ability for a consumer to find data, your infrastructure online, all could use some attention, and I would recommend that as a priority as well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Ms. Knight?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Boyle. As I mentioned, there's a couple that the CPSC should see. Gas furnaces, boilers, amongst others that I mentioned. In addition to those, I would say that in making these tough decisions, the CPSC should consider deaths, injuries, and of course the vulnerabilities of the consumers involved. Children, young children in particular, infants, and those with disabilities are our most vulnerable groups. So I think there's special prioritization. And then beyond that, I think whatever it can to figure out which areas it can have the biggest impact, the biggest positive impact on safety for the resources that it uses. The CPSC is going to have to make some tough decisions. But, we are, as we have done in the past, we will continue to ask Congress to provide increased funding so the CPSC can do.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Cleary, I don't have a question for you, but I will echo the chair and say I thank you very much for coming and participating. I do think it's important to hear voices from across the spectrum to help inform our decisions. So I do appreciate that you're here. And again, thank you to all the panelists. And I don't have additional questions. Thanks.
Given the second round, I'd like to extend the question to Ms. Griffin and Ms. Calls on, you were just talking about data and the influx of data. You mentioned the toothbrush. To the great irritation of Leanne, I regularly at night unplug everything because after working and seeing those fire risks, you start to see everything, fires behind every product in your house that has a lithium-ion battery. But given we are a data-driven agency and there does seem to be momentum either via Congress or us after the lithium-ion battery and the reports of micromobility fires, I wondered, again, are you seeing data in things or reports, et cetera, that you're seeing devices outside of those products with fire hazards and problems?
Beyond the information provided by Ms. Knight, I'm not sure that I have anything else as it relates to lithium ion batteries, but We are excited to continue to work with you, Commissioner Ziak, and if we are aware of anything, we will make sure that the commission is also aware.
Thank you.
Yes, and I would second that. We have been following Consumer Reports, has really done the research into these products. I think obviously the e-mobility is the most vital because often many of the victims are children who have nothing to do with the product that
Right.
caught on fire. And, so it's very important that we get this problem solved.
And that's one of the frankly terrifying things is you can be doing everything right in your own home. If you live in an apartment, a condominium, close proximity, and the house next door, the apartment next door catches fire. And in addition, and in particular, I was thinking in terms of kids in danger, in terms of children's products that may be lower dollar value. When we had the lithium ion battery forum, we heard from the engineers and the chemists saying these are very high tolerance products, these batteries. And if they are not done with high tolerance and precision, that increases the fire hazard. That leads me to a second follow-on question, and I think this is for you, Ms. Knight, but anyone else who would like to jump in. Right to repair is an issue that has been in the forefront, particularly among the states, but I think we're starting to see it at the federal level as well. One of the issues that came up during the battery forum were these batteries being fixed outside of those high tolerance specifications by individuals who really didn't have the expertise. And one of the things I've struggled with, and I've asked our staff about, and I'd ask all of you to the extent that you have a position, but Consumer Reports, given your expertise, how can the commission, how can policymakers reconcile those two concepts that are somewhat at odds, but I'm not sure they need be.
Thank you for the question. So certainly Consumer Reports is in favor of right to repair. We've gone on record repeatedly on that. That doesn't mean there should be no guardrails, right? We do know that when lithium ion batteries are made and refurbished in less than pristine conditions, you can have issues down the line. If so much as a speck of dust gets into the battery pack, it can cause corrosion that can potentially lead to a fire down the line. So I think there is a way to thread the needle for consumers to be able to buy reliable refurbished products, but certainly guardrails, because we have seen the effects of the damage and the damage these batteries can cause when they are not made properly.
Thank you for that. No further questions.
Okay, we had a request for another round. So Commissioner Trumka.
All right, I'm going to try to get through 6 more questions for you, Ms. Seidman, in the next 5 minutes. So let's see if we can do that. You testified that the subcommittee on the weighted infant blankets. You said that the work is not rooted in scientific and technical merit, but instead subject to the influence of special interests. What do you mean by special interests?
If I can just say something real quick. It was mentioned that in the group instances of problems within harm to little ones are surprises, and I would say that they are not surprises. I think that statement is evident of a lack of connection to the community. If ASTM is an incredible opportunity to rally around consumers and listen to their voices, because they are the ones that know the most. They're the end users of the products. They use products in ways that we never imagined. And we have an incredible opportunity to create standards around the things that we learn from consumers. There are no consumers in these groups.
You testified to that point where there have been consumers in these groups. You testified that the chair of that subcommittee dismissed a grieving mother and the sole consumer representative at that meeting and called her testimony about her personal experience as, quote, a waste of time. And I shudder to think of someone who would do that, holding any position of authority over safety policy. Who was that person?
During that particular meeting, it was Chris Gulberson who made that statement.
Do you believe that the voluntary, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Everyone was silent. So I believe everyone, silence is complicity, so.
Do you believe that that voluntary standard truly allows meaningful participation by all interested parties?
No.
On its current trajectory, do you expect that ASTM subcommittee on wearable infant blankets to make meaningful progress towards safety?
I expect it to make progress in the way that voices who object are stifled.
Do you think it's worth CPSC's limited time and resources to continue participating in the subcommittee?
When you have a system where there is a lack of trust, when there's a systemic foundational problem within the framework, I believe the system needs to be rebuilt.
Thank you. Ms. Holmes, I wanted to ask you about one thing that you said, and you referred to the labeling of consultants as consumers and said that that upsets the perceived balance. And I wanted you to have a chance to explain what you meant by labeling of consultants as consumers.
I can say, for example, the president of the F-15 committee is labeled a consumer. This is somebody that is far from a consumer, especially if you look at his background, he is a consultant. I was recently stripped of my status as a consumer. I've been put under general interest, also as a manufacturer, with no reasoning. But yet the president of the F-15, who has a website that says he does consultations with manufacturers on the safety industry, is considered a consumer.
So is it your suggestion that folks labeled as consumers are not representing the interests of consumers?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So are you saying that people who are consultants but labeled as consumers, are they not doing a good job of representing the interests of consumers within these groups?
No, I think they represent more or less the manufacturers, because they end up being consultants for these manufacturers. And their main interest is looking out for those interests, the manufacturers' interests.
Thank you. And I'll wrap here if you'll indulge me, Mr. Chair, with one more question. So the last question to Ms. Zidan, you said something about witnessing violations of antitrust regulations, and I definitely wanted to give you an opportunity to explain what you meant by that.
I'm limited as to what I can say just because of happenings within legalities on my end. But I will say that there definitely has been a negative impact to my business for speaking up within the group. I question whether speaking up today also puts a target on my back. After just a disagreement with the subcommittee chair, I saw direct actions taken to my business, which had a significant financial impact on my ability to do business.
Well, I thank you for your bravery in coming forward today and telling us about all this. You've given us a lot to think about. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
No. Again, so thank you to all of the panelists today. Thank you for bringing forth the issues that you believe that the commission should be focused on. This is an ongoing conversation. We do this once a year, but we are always have the door open to everybody. At this point in time, I'm going to move to the next panel. I think there's actually only one person who's in person here, and I think we have a little bit of movement between the panels. I think Ms. Thomas Ramiro is going to be on the third panel now, and Ms. Connolly is not going to be testifying today. So Ms. Haugen will be the first person once everybody is seated.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. We're about to start, and Ms. Haugen, I think let me just just do a quick list of who is on the second panel, and then we will start with you. So Ms. Haugen is president and founder of Waterbead Lady. We have Felicia Mitchell, who's going to be testifying as well. Lisa Beyer, Michaeli Brown, and finally Meredith Berkman, who is the co-founder of Parents Against Vaping E-Cigarettes. So with that, we're going to go back to Ms. Haugen. Please begin your testimony.
Hi. So I actually wanted to see if there is an echo for anybody else, because people are messaging me and saying that there's an echo, and so I just kind of wanted to check in on that.
Within this room, we don't have an echo, and apologize to people online if they are hearing an echo. We'll look into that, but if that's not inhibiting your testimony, we're good here.
Okay, good. I just got a message from one of my parents. They're like, "No, there's no echo on you," but now, because I can hear it in the room. But I'm going to screen share with you guys.
Beads? No. Should
you guys
kids
hear me?
play with water beads? No.
Yes.
Should kids play with water beads? No. No, why not? Dangerous. Think about me one more time before you go. Someday you'll know. Someday you'll know. You know what I'm going to say? I've been feeling this way for far too long. Thank you, you saving, you try to save all kids. Thank you.
Were you guys able to see the video of Miss Kipley? Oh, for some reason, I can't hear you guys now. Okay, but you guys can hear me, so there we go. I will read my testimony then. So first off, thank you all so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. Thank you to the dedicated staff at CPSC. Thank you to each of you amazing commissioners. On April 15th, my heart sank as I raced to my car, filled with a rising tide of panic as I drove as fast as I could, as safely possible, to Kipley's school, my mind replaying the message I had just received from her teacher. Kipley's body was shaking uncontrollably, the muscles in her arms and face twitching and spasming. Once able to speak, Kipley told her teacher she felt as though she was in a nightmare. When I got to Kipley, it was obvious that something was wrong, so I drove her to the hospital. From the back seat, she told me she was scared and she was worried there may be water beads at the hospital. She said, "We haven't finished yet." Sorry, guys. She said, "We haven't finished protecting friends. Mommy, we are not done." In the winter of 2022, I shared my research with the commission, I told each of you about what happened to Kipley, how the water beads not only caused a prolonged obstruction, they also poisoned her. At our next meeting, other brave mothers shared their stories, reliving the worst days of their lives in the hopes of sparing other families the same pain and loss. You heard us and stepped in. You became our champions. Successfully negotiating the Chuckle and Roar water bead recall, calling on companies to make commitments to cease selling water beads as toys, and highlighting the retailers who had chosen safety over profit. You tested the water beads, alerted the public to the hidden toxicity risks some water bead products containing acrylamide levels in violation of the Federal Hazardous Substances Act pose. At a time when partisanship seems to have become the norm rather than the exception, this agency stands apart. Exemplified by the recent unanimous approval of updates to the CPSC's chronic hazard guidelines, empowering the Commission to safeguard consumers from a broad range of toxic endpoints, and acknowledging that regardless of party, consumer product safety impacts us all. I applaud the work that has been accomplished over the last year, and I recognize that, as Kipley stated, we are not done. Today, I'm here to advocate for the continued prioritization of water beads on the Commission's agenda for 2025 and 2026. I urge the development and continuation of programs that boost awareness among healthcare providers and the general public about the CPSC, the process of product recalls, acknowledges data gaps, and emphasizes the critical role healthcare providers can serve to protect children by reporting product-related injuries and complications. I am also requesting that funding be allocated for staff to receive training in trauma-informed language approaches. Product injuries are deeply traumatic, and adopting a trauma-informed language approach could offer multiple benefits for both staff and the public. The importance of caregiver education to prevent product injury is frequently stressed by stakeholders at every level. However, the reality is that education alone is insufficient if the language we use does not drive changed behavior. The choice of language used in safety communication should not be a mere matter of semantics, but a fundamental aspect of injury prevention strategy. Consider the underlying presumptions reinforced by the statements. Do not allow children to play with water beads unsupervised versus water beads pose risks even with adult supervision. The last statement is neutral and informative. It acknowledges that risks exist even in supervised situations. Unlike the first statement, it avoids implying that harm results primarily from caregiver failure to meet the unrealistic expectation to be within arm's reach and directly staring at each one of your children simultaneously 24/7. Now consider the underlying presumption of the phrases non-toxic and minimally toxic. Because these phrases present as definitive statements, facts, they risk misleading consumers and clinicians by implying a guarantee of harmlessness, regardless of dose, sensitivity of the individual exposed, and application use. These terms do not reflect the reality of and potential for rapid product reformulation due to market forces, contamination, or new findings that could alter society's understanding of a substance or product's risk profile. In contrast, the phrases assumed minimal toxicity and presumed minimal toxicity better capture the reality that non-toxic or minimal toxicity is an assumption rather than a confirmed fact, indicating an appropriate level of uncertainty and need for discernment. These distinctions in language usage are critical for effective communication, particularly in public health and safety fields. They influence public perception and behavior. Neutral, informative language that accurately reflects risk without assigning blame or overstating safety helps build trust and promotes informed decision-making among consumers. Such an approach is aligned with ensuring transparency and maintaining public safety without unintentionally reinforcing stereotypes or bias. Mr. Rogers once shared a piece of wisdom that has stayed with me through the darkest of times. In moments of fear, look for the helpers. It is advice I've given to my daughters and clung to myself, finding solace in the knowledge that amidst chaos, there will always be those who strive to make things right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for being the helpers that consumers can look for after product injury.
Thank you, Ms. Haugen. Turning now to Ms. Mitchell.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for listening to us today. I do hear a little echo, but I'm going to ignore and proceed.
Sorry about that. We don't hear an echo here, so.
Good. Many people are familiar with my daughter Kennedy Jane's story from social media and the news, and I've spoken to you all here at CPSC before, and I thank you for those opportunities. In 2022, through God's grace and her tenacious spirit, Kennedy overcame all odds to survive an injury caused by a single water bead. This experience unexpectedly turned me into a necessary advocate to speak about the dangers of water beads as children's toys. I want to thank the commissioners for all of their effort in addressing the danger of water beads posed to children and facilitating the recall and supporting us parents in pushing for legislation to eliminate the hazard as a children's toy. Our work is not done, and my hope is that CPSC remains committed to keeping water beads as a priority on the 25 and 26 agenda. It's no secret that the water bead issue has not been resolved to the fullest extent and still poses a risk to our communities. I would also like to suggest that staff are better educated on using trauma-informed language and being more aware of how they are warning families members who have family members with disabilities that are older than age 3 might think that the product is safe. A powerful point that CPSC has made in the past is that in any location where there are young children under the age of 3, that water beads not be used at all. And I think that that is a really powerful statement to think about. If you think about where you'll see families out in the community bringing older children and smaller children. So to make a statement that if anyone under the age of 3 frequents these areas, water beads shouldn't be used. We are aware of the danger of obstruction, which can cause infections in the GI tract, the ears, the nose. Those are actually reality for some families. Not to mention, water beads vanish on medical images, adding yet another component to their hidden dangers. It must be made clear to all consumers that water beads, even with adult supervision, present a risk. I'm confident that we can all continue our efforts. And another thing I wanted to add is I recently did some research for a school project, and I was doing it on the hazards of water beads. And I looked up what the definition of the CPSC is. And what I found was they're an independent agency made in 1972 for all consumers to protect against unreasonable risk. And those words really resonated with me. For unreasonable risk. CPSC, you guys issued some articles on your website on March 19th, relaying information that you had found high levels of acrylamide in water beads. Acrylamide is a carcinogen, and when I had looked up the definition of carcinogen, it's any substance, natural or otherwise, that promotes the growth of cancer. So I could say that we all might be able to see that as an extreme, unreasonable risk. So I thank you all for listening to us and helping us and encouraging us. And I hope that we can continue to fight this issue together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. And turn to Ms. Byer now.
Hi, thank you so much for listening to me today. And again, I apologize. I also can hear the echo here. So if I do pause, it's just because I can't hear myself. I appreciate you guys hearing me again today. Again, my name is Alyssa Byer. I'm a mother of 4 beautiful children, aged 13, 10, 5, and 3. I reside in Las Vegas, Nevada. Almost 2 years ago, in August of 2022, our lives changed permanently by a hidden danger within our home, water beads. I purchased a Chuckle and Roar 2-in-1 sensory bin from Target in April of 2022. It was a gift for my older children to occupy them while we were moving. The kit was recommended as safe for children 3 and up and had only a warning about a choking hazard. At the time, my 3 oldest children played with the kit very regularly. They spent hours digging, searching, and picking out the gems, coins, and little plastic bugs that came with the kit. I assumed that those were the danger. It became part of our regular rotation of activities. One day in August, our then 3-year-old, Luna, pulled out the kit. This time she requested that we added in additional water beads. I pulled out the baggie, poured them in the bag, or poured them in a bowl of water, and we watched them grow together. While waiting, she played with the kinetic sand that was also involved in the kit. Once we were finished, we cleaned up everything, locked everything up. The bin came with locks to keep everything safe inside. Luna wanted to get started on her next activity, painting. I placed the lock bin on our lower dining room table, turned around to help her pull out the bin of supplies, and before putting it away. In a flash, our curious little toddler, then 18 months old, we have him nicknamed Mr. B, had a handful of sand. I rushed to try and grab it, but I was too late. He had stuffed it in his mouth. He immediately began coughing and sputtering. I brushed out his mouth and began checking online with the poison control website to see if there were any dangers with him ingesting sand. There was very little information, just basically that a infection was possible, but he would probably be fine. The next morning, he had a fever and some stomach pain. His old demeanor was uncomfortable. He later vomited and seemed like he felt quite better. As the day went on, my concern lessened. The next morning, he woke up good as new. He played, ate, continued to conduct his day as normal. I laid him down for his afternoon nap, and when I went to wake him up, I knew immediately something was off. His skin looked waxy and yellow. He was hot and clammy. His entire demeanor did a 180. His breathing seemed shallow, like he was struggling. He was not himself. In the pit of my stomach, I knew something was wrong. I called my husband and he rushed home from work. I was going to take him to urgent care. The doctor's office wasn't open at this time in the evening, and I felt like sitting in the ER with an 18-month-old who was uncomfortable. Seemed like a disaster. Mr. B was becoming more distressed, upset, and appeared to be in pain. As soon as my husband arrived, my son stood up and ran towards the door. He ran straight into the wall. He didn't seem like he could see it. His gait was off prior to, and he was weaving as he ran. When he hit the wall, he fell backwards and hit his head. We rushed over and found that our son had passed out. His lips were blue, his skin was pale, he was sweaty, and he didn't respond. I now realized this was an emergency. I rushed him to our closest children's hospital, and when we arrived, we were seen immediately and taken back to triage. When they checked his vitals, they said that it was in line with children who are typically passed out or not coherent. They were surprised that he was awake. The x-ray results came back, and they found that his entire left lung was collapsed and void of air. Within moments, the medical team rushed Mr. B into emergency exploratory surgery to find out why. The surgeons came back and said that they appeared to be a small balloon or a marble stuck in his airway. They were unable to remove it easily, stating that they had to push it into the lung. Typically, they don't like doing that because they don't know what's on the other side of it. It's a risk. They tried to slice the bead to break it down for better removal, but instead the ball just burst into a gel-like substance, coating his entire lung. They did their best to clean it out, but stated that it was difficult to do so and that there may be bits left, risking an infection. They asked me if I could identify the object afterwards. When I saw the photos, I knew immediately what it was: a water bead. None of the staff were familiar with the water beads. No one knew the chemical makeup, nor had they treated injuries related to water beads before. I had to explain what they were. We all gathered around my cell phone and looked it up together. I was absolutely in shock. Up until that point, I thought it was just the sand. How could he have inhaled a water bead? Before I could come to any conclusions, I saw the staff wheeling in my little baby over in his big hospital bed. He was gasping for air, coughing and flailing. Between his coughs and screams, it was just pure terror. It was absolutely horrifying. There was nothing I could do. Nurses assured me that his little body was doing everything it could. Over the course of the night, they slowly turned down the high flow oxygen. His little body, caked in sweat, was fighting so hard. We finally gained some peace, eventually, as he slept for a short period of time. He eventually graduated to full room air and was showing no signs of infection, thankfully. They cleared us to go home later that afternoon with many different medications, steroids, and things to watch for. My son only spent 18 hours in the ER and the ICU fighting for his life, but I've learned that his outcome was best case scenario. The doctors believed that the bead was inhaled and then hydrated with natural body fluids. If you haven't seen a water bead before, when they're not hydrated, they're about the size of a grain of rice. They can grow up to an inch, probably more depending on the size. Ours in particular grew up to the size of a dime. So it was easy to go in, but not so much to come out. Again, his outcome was a best case scenario. I connected with Ashley, the founder of That Water Bead Lady, and we've watched over and over again as parents experience the same traumatic events that we did. Parents who purchased the same brand, same type of toys intended for older siblings and family members. Parents who didn't see our warnings and posts about the dangers of simply having water beads in their home. I warned the companies in August, and by November, another child who had purchased the same product from the same company, same brand, was making headlines for her injuries. That was Felicia. Her daughter was hospitalized with sepsis. Several more followed, including the tragic death of Esther. Almost 2 years later, with the support of the CPSC, some historic changes have been made, and for that I am very thankful. But I still see water beads in many stores. Just this weekend, I went to go buy a birthday present. There was slime, science kits, stress balls, squeezy toys, balloons, craft kits, spa kits, all for sale, all marketed towards small children. There are no warnings about asphyxiation, inhalation. Some of them don't even have warnings about choking hazards. We need water beads banned, and these products need to be removed from shelves of all stores. We also need more awareness of the dangers. Our family still lives in fear. Every cough, every infection, every stomach ache, every fever, my mind goes back to the unknown. What if one was left? Nobody checked our son for water beads anywhere else. I have no idea if he ingested or swallowed any. We know that they don't show up on x-rays, and they're toxic to both children and to animals. Every few weeks, a new family joins our group, a club of parents that nobody wants to be in. That they share the same fears and experiences. I'm incredibly grateful for the ears and the voices that the CPSC has given to us, but I call on you now to continue to push for the ban of water beads and ensure that water beads are on the 2025-2026 agenda. Our fight is not over until these are removed from shelves and until children stop being injured or killed over this product. We all assumed they were safe. Every doctor that I've spoken to didn't understand the risks either. We've seen other GI doctors, pulmonary doctors, regular general practitioners. They all assume that water beads will pass, or they don't realize the dangers and the toxicity of them. We should have never been injured by a toy, and that's just a simple statement. And I really hope that in the future you can continue to assist us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Byer. Turning now to Ms. Brown.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for having me today. Exactly a year ago, our son Jonah was in his second day of an abrupt hospitalization. We had been told repeatedly that he was just dehydrated, that he most likely had some sort of viral infection, but nothing about his symptoms made sense to me. 2 days prior, he had a perfect bill of health. He'd actually been at his 9-month checkup. And within 5 hours of that time frame of seeing his pediatrician with no symptoms, he was vomiting in a way that I've never seen in anyone, let alone an infant. He was desperate for milk, but he could keep nothing down, and he became increasingly lethargic. He stopped having wet diapers, and he vomited over and over. His eyes became sunken, and he had lost noticeable weight in just under 24 hours. Upon arrival at the ER, I was asked if there was any way he had swallowed something, and my question was brushed off. I asked, could it be a little plastic toy that belonged to my daughter or a large piece of food? And I was told no, that if he swallowed something without choking, he would pass it. They gave us Zofran and Gatorade and sent us home. Jonah was vomiting in the hospital parking lot and screaming in discomfort. After returning to the ER just hours later, I was confident we'd have answers this time. But for the next couple days, I was told that the hospital was full of babies requiring hydration for viruses, and Jonah was no different. Looking back at the ultrasound pictures that we received on his very first day, there was a 2-centimeter cystic structure that was noted but written off as something else. This was a water bead, and it was inside him for days before anyone requested the CT scan that would find it. After the scan, I was immediately sent to surgery, where I met with the surgeon who asked, how can there be a 2 to 3 centimeter ball inside of your son? It instantly clicked for me that my daughter had played with water beads several days before, and that that's the only toy we had in our home that could have grown to that size inside of him. We had kept Jonah away from water beads, as I knew they were a choking hazard. But had I known the true risks of such an unregulated and inappropriately marketed toy, we would have never had them in our home or bought them. He had a successful surgery. However, his recovery was extremely challenging. He had had such a hard time being able to eat. He went 10 days without food or milk. His IV failed, but he was too dehydrated to take a PICC line. Nurse after nurse came in to give him a new IV. sticking them over and over again. We eventually made our way home, but was so much later than anticipated and with so much more trauma than we could have ever imagined. In hindsight, I should have been told that water beads are not a toy and should not be used in homes with children and pets around. I constantly saw social media influencers which raved about how water beads provided a sensory experience for kids that was developmentally beneficial to them. We knew these beads were small, but choking hazards exist everywhere. Water beads are so much more than a choking hazard, and yet we were able to easily order them online. And we received them in a plastic bag with no instructions, no age restrictions, and no warnings. Water bead products cannot be marketed and sold as toys. Even with recent retailer policy changes, thousands of reviews remain online advertising these products for babies and for children. If you search water beads on Amazon, the listing may be labeled for adult use now, but you will find a portfolio of parents' pictures of babies in bathtubs full of water beads, raving about the positive experience they had with them. It's unethical and irresponsible to expect parents to protect their children and pets from a product that should have never been listed as a toy. After almost 2 weeks in the hospital, I went home and tried to wrap my head around this accident we had. I tried to console myself with the idea that accidents just happen. We were attentive parents, and surely Jonah would be okay. Then I remembered something Jonah's surgeon said after removing the water bead. He said, "You're not the only one this happened to. We've had to do this before." And so then I began Googling and was absolutely furious when I found not just hundreds of cases of this happening, but thousands. I didn't see this as an accident anymore. Parents have been asking for recalls from sellers, meeting with the CPSC, doing everything possible to get this product off of shelves and warn parents who already have this toy. I began publicly sharing our story because I quickly realized this was so much bigger than Jonah's traumatic story. I never wanted to see this happen again. I started to feel better as I shared my story and people told me they were getting rid of water beads, thinking that my story might be making a difference. 1 month later, Esther Bether died. And the way we grieve over this incident has drastically changed. Jonah and Esther should be the same age, down to the month. And every time I look at my son, my heart breaks because another mother is missing every moment and milestone that my son gets to have over a toy her baby never even played with. There are so many problems with water beads, and one of the scariest things that has already been mentioned is that this risk is not taken seriously by medical professionals. It's radiolucent and x-rays won't detect anything. A CT scan gave us answers, but they don't for everybody. Every parent you talk to will share a slightly different story of symptoms. It's not an anecdote that can be told in a hospital for quick reference and training because of the diversity in symptoms. If you know Kipley's story well, she was poisoned by water beads for months before a diagnosis. And Esther lost her life so quickly after starting having symptoms that it was written off as a flu. We need you to continue to prioritize water beads on your agenda because water bead injuries are still happening and products are still on the shelves. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. And thanks to all the parents who have shared these stories. I know how difficult that is and the bravery it takes to go forward. We have one more panelist, Ms. Berkman, please.
Thank you. I do have slides, and I wonder if someone, oh, there are the slides. All right, it was extremely emotional. I know you hear these stories quite a lot, but good morning. My name is Meredith Berkman. I'm also a mother of 4, as one of those brave women said that she was. And I am a co-founder of Parents Against Vaping, which is a national education and advocacy nonprofit created by 3 moms, as we just saw. Often it's moms who find themselves in unexpected situations when it comes to their kids. We created this in 2018 as a grassroots response to the youth vaping epidemic. I'm a full-time volunteer, and I really am honored to be here before you today to ask for your help, and again, humbled and honored to have listened to the testimony of those remarkable women. Just as a bit of brief background, 6 years ago, my then 16-year-old son came home from school and told me he was concerned about what he called a mixed message anti-addiction talk during a school assembly. So to make a very long story short, and which you can read about in our 2019 congressional testimony, an outside speaker without other adults present told an assembly of 9th graders about a product I'd never heard of at the time called Juul, which is an e-cigarette that I think many of us will know of. And he told them that this room of 9th graders with no other adults there, that Juul was, quote, totally safe. And within 24 hours, we moms discovered that this was in fact a Juul representative, that use of this product was incredibly widespread. It would not be another 9 or 10 months before this was called the youth vaping epidemic. The school had no idea, and thus began our journey as public health advocates, building a volunteer movement across the country that represents millions of families whose lives have been upended by their children's nicotine addiction and the negative health harms caused by these flavored products. I say specifically flavored, which is what we focus both our education and our advocacy on, because the research shows over and over that flavors are hooking kids on these products. So I'm here today because there is an entire category of flavored vaping products that do not contain nicotine. They are not regulated by FDA or by any other government agency, yet they're being marketed to our kids often as wellness products. And in fact, my youngest, who was 11 at the time, asked if she could buy a melatonin diffuser, which I thought would put relaxing scent into the room, until I looked on Amazon and I realized that these, quote, personal diffusers, oh, I'm sorry, and we can go to the next, you'll see pictures of them. And I also have some of them here. We can go to the next slides. But this is what they look like. And if you have any interest, I brought some of them in my bag of tricks here. These are identical to the products that we were already fighting for FDA to regulate. They are being marketed to younger kids. We can go to the next slide and you can see some of the marketing. These are the concerns, which I'm about to describe, but if we go a little bit ahead, we can see what they look like. These products, well, there's no regulation, known and unknown health risks. And I'll if we can go ahead, and I'm going to show you what they actually look like and how they're being marketed. So these are being marketed as products that can relax you, as products that can rev you up, as products that can focus you. These are completely unproven health claims. They are widely available online in places like Walmart, on Amazon, and over the counter in places like Urban Outfitters. There is little, if any, age gating or age verification. But what we do know is 2 things. 1, these products are harmful to kids developing lungs. And I'll take you through some of the research about that. And we also know that they're not being regulated and that they do fall under, we believe, your purview because they are a consumer product and they're not safe. We can go to the next slide, you can see that these are being marketed exactly as the Juuls were and are, and all of the ones that followed. I think there's one more slide. I think you get the idea. If you go to the CDC's own website, and I apologize because this is not on the slides, you will see that there is a section that says, what is in an e-cigarette aerosol? So these are aerosolized products. It's just a vape. It's a vape without nicotine. And the CDC itself will say that e-cigarette aerosol is not harmless water vapor. And they say that the e-cigarette aerosol can contain things like ultrafine particles that can be inhaled deeply into your lungs, flavoring such as diacetyl, a chemical linked to a serious lung disease, volatile organic compounds, cancer-causing chemicals, and heavy metals such as nickel, tin, and lead, because these products degrade over time. The industry that includes the big players in this space, which I had on my slides, companies like Monk, Cloudy, Ripple, and Love, are marketing them, as I said, as wellness promoting consumer products. And they're using fun flavors, they say, to deliver vitamins and plant byproducts. But the term wellness is a complete misnomer. Not only are there no proven health benefits derived from vaping these substances, I think this one has a jasmine aroma, it has lemon balm and chamomile, but sucking them deep into your lungs at very high heat, and particularly into youth lungs that develop until 25 or 26, will not increase your energy or focus. It will hurt your lungs. What they don't tell you is that these products contain the same base e-liquids that there is lots of research proving that it is harmful. That is what is called PGVG, propylene glycol and vegetable glycerin. It's used in all e-cigarettes. E-cigarettes and vaping, those are the same things. And along with some of the flavoring in these devices, these substances are GRAS approved by FDA, meaning they're recognized as safe to ingest as food additives, but they are not approved for heating at super high temperatures, for aerosolizing the liquid, and for sucking them into your lungs. But this is what they look like. They look cool, and they're basically being marketed to younger adolescents. There's no nicotine in them. There's no age gating, and there's very little, if any, age verification at all. And I can tell you that a piece in JAMA Network Open Journal in May 2022, done by the Stanford Research Lab in the Department of Pediatrics, raised the concerns, talked about the way these are being promoted to youth, and suggests that they must be regulated. There are a series of others, I won't bore you, there are a series of other studies that say that use of PGVG as an e-cigarette aerosol can cause potentially scarring in your lungs, that it can cause lung illness. And so all of the things that the FDA is working on with nicotine related products, no one is working on with the products that don't have nicotine, when the research shows that just vaping e-cigarettes with no nicotine, just with flavoring and with PGVG, can be seriously harmful and damaging. There's another category that I want to very briefly bring up, and that is a new product that I don't have slides on, and that is called Spree Bar. This is really concerning because this is a product just introduced a few months ago that comes in fabulous flavors, sweet peppermint and blue ras ice. It promotes the humanity of artificial intelligence. It looks super cool, but it's not being regulated by anyone because it is using a proprietary nicotine analog that is called meditine. Now, the tobacco industry was experimenting with nicotine analogs, but they have never put them in a commercial product. But this product, which has both trademarked the term meditine and is trying to promote it, and I think it can become the industry standard, is exempt from any FDA regulation. And the owners of this product are upfront about the harms. There is a report about this product and the potential danger for it exploding onto the youth market coming from the Center for Rapid Surveillance of Tobacco at Rutgers. And Spree Bar actually admits online that meditine, quote, may be acutely toxic and should be used with caution. I don't trust the company that owns Spree Bar and a lot of these other non-nicotine vapes out there to protect our kids from things that they know are potentially acutely toxic. But I do very much trust the members of this commission to protect our kids. And I would urge you to put non-nicotine vapes, both the wellness vapes, and this new category of flavored nicotine vapes that are basically openly flouting any regulation, just by using nicotine analogs to put that on your priority list. We've seen this movie before. We know that every single day there are more and more emerging research about health harms, particularly to lungs of our children, and I hope that you will consider taking action. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Berkman. At this point in time, we're going to turn to questions from the commissioners. I'm going to start with myself and just express my gratitude towards the parents that have participated today. I know this is incredibly difficult, but also incredibly important to be able to share your stories and to highlight the issues that are out there. And, Ms. Berkman, as we have, new and emerging hazards that are out there, we appreciate also you coming in to highlight these things for the commission so that we can do our job and take a look at them as well. So thanks, everybody on this panel. Commissioner Feldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no questions, but I do want to thank all of the presenters on this panel. I know today can be emotional and difficult for many of our presenters, and the things you've shared with us today are deeply personal and are oftentimes painful to talk about. The issues affecting the safety and health of children are especially difficult for us to grapple with. And I do truly appreciate all of you being here to share your perspectives and your experience and your expertise. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Commissioner Trunka.
I am so thankful for the bravery and passion before us right now. Ms. Haugen, Ms. Mitchell, Ms. Beyer, and Ms. Brown, thank you for your tireless advocacy to make sure that everyone hears the dangers of water beads and that no one forgets. And I don't think anybody sitting in this room or watching this online could ever forget. But each time you share those stories, you remind us that we need to do more and act faster. And I thank you for that. Together, we have made great progress, and we absolutely have more to do. Ms. Berkman, you have done more to protect kids than most will ever know, and you are being far too modest. She talked about Juul, but if not for the woman sitting before us right now, they would still be on the market poisoning our children. And I thank you for your contributions to that and everything else you've done in this space. You've pushed the FDA farther and faster than they've ever wanted to go, and you continue to do that. And now that you found a product you're concerned about in our jurisdiction, I know we better act fast because we're not going to stop hearing from you until we fix this. So,
True. I apologize in advance.
and I welcome that. So thank you. But let me ask you a little bit about that, because we've got to carve out to our jurisdiction for tobacco products. That goes to FDA. There was an issue with synthetic nicotine that was outside of that, but Congress put that in the tobacco product side too, so that fell outside of our jurisdiction. But now non-nicotine e-cigarettes are not in that carve out very clearly and would fall squarely within our jurisdiction. So you put up some slides about these, but tell us about these products. What are the names of some of these products and where are they being sold to people?
Well, yes, the slides that I sort of bungled, I apologize. In the category of the so-called wellness vapes, the non-nicotine vapes that are really being marketed to younger adolescents with no age gating at all, the big players in that market are companies called Ripple and Monk, which is MONQ, Ripple, RIPPLE, and another company called Love, LUUV, and another called Cloudy, CLOUDY. Those are the big players. But if you go on Amazon or you go on Etsy or you walk into or go on the website for Urban Outfitters, where I know my teenager spends a lot of time, you will see these products. And I have to say, last night in advance of this, I hate to admit it, but I tried one of these, and I will tell you, I mean, I don't want to smoke it here because I don't think it's appropriate, but not only is there a massive plume, but it burned my old lungs. And so I can't even imagine what it is doing to young developing lungs. And I wasn't sucking it so deep as the kids do that it would irritate the cilia, the hairy lining of my lungs. But that is how these products are used. This is what they look like.
And you talked about, I mean, was that one flavor? You talked about these products being flavored, and does that have a role in attracting kids here?
Well, that is exactly the problem. And our advocacy has always focused on flavors. The research has shown over and over that the flavor hooks kids. The majority of kids who are using any kind of e-cigarette product, I think 89.3% in the last federal study looking at e-cigarette use, those kids are using flavors. And so it's the flavorings that are potentially toxic. And it is also just the juice. And these products that do not have nicotine use the same e-liquid juice that any other product is using, and that's the PGVG. And there is lots of research that has come out to show that just vaping PGVG with or without flavorings is harmful to your lungs.
And so that's very interesting to me because, you know, when you can look at the ingredients in these things, and we've got ingredients that overlap between these and well-studied things that have been on the market, that's information we can start taking in and making conclusions from. So that's the case, that these have ingredients that have crossed over and have been studied since e-cigarettes have been popular, and do we see negative health outcomes in those studies?
Absolutely, and I can share with you because my spoken statement is slightly different, and I have all of the links to all of the studies in all of the journals that are specifically about just the vaping and what it does to the lungs, just the e-liquid alone with flavoring, and then of course the flavoring. And then, I mean, frankly, I didn't understand. I had not done as deep a dive in the last few weeks on the CDC website to see that there it is. The CDC itself says even without nicotine, it's the degraded metals, which we do know a lot about from the products like Juul and Puff Bar. And what is also scary is, in addition to the ones I just mentioned, and I mentioned Spree Bar because that is the one, if you look on its own website, spreebar.com, and you see, you know, it's very, you have to put in your birth date, but I could put in any birth date I want. I mean, that's the age gating. But now every one of the nicotine products like Puff Bar is selling a non-nicotine product because that is not regulated by FDA. So that is the wave of the future. And that's why I would urge you to take a look at these products and Meditine, the analog, because that has the potential to explode, and no one is regulating that. It is not nicotine, it is an analog. It is not synthetic nicotine, it is a nicotine analog. It's a different chemical compound. And there's just a little bit of research that I can share with you already about that.
I'd appreciate anything you'd share with us, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too want to add my voice of gratitude to the parent advocates who continue to show the courage to turn their pain into action. I'm grateful for your testimony today, and I thank you for coming and sharing today. And I appreciate all that you continue to do. I don't have any questions, though. Thank you.
Commissioner Ziak?
Again, I would echo my colleagues' thank yous to the parents who joined here and told very difficult stories. I have no questions.
Thank you again to everybody on the second panel and for coming and testifying. At this point in time, we're going to move to the third panel. And as the panels are getting ready, we're actually going to take a 10-minute recess just to allow transition and give us a short break. Thank you for bearing with us. We are now going to move to our third and final panel. We have with us today Peter Allen is President and CEO, founder of Allen Machine Products. We also have Tom Neltner, who is the National Director of Unleaded Kids. Remotely, we are going to have Damon Connolly, who's Assembly Member for the 12th District of California. Mary Sackett, who's the first Vice President of the Board of Supervisors for Marin County. Dr. Matt Willis is Public Health Official with Marin County. And Bob Middlestat, who is a board member with e-bikes access. And we are also hopeful that Dr. Diane Zuckerman will be with us, the president of the National Center for Health Research, and Myra Thomas Romero. But we are going to start in the beginning with Mr. Allen. Please, the floor is yours. Can you make sure your mic is on?
Is that it? That's it. Thank you for allowing me to appear today. It would have been easier to do it via Zoom or WebEx, but I felt it was important to be here. And I guess I'm old school with this kind of thing. And you would say, why would a 71-year-old man be here for a 93-year-old problem, which is window air conditioners falling out of windows? And it's a good question that I've asked myself, other than I've gotten involved in the project. I was asked years ago by New York City building inspectors to help solution this, because what is available does not work. And I handed out little leaflets just to follow along with me. Every year, people die and more people get injured. And it happens over and over. And believe it or not, the use or the purchase of window air conditioners is increasing because of global warming. And I've got all the stats on that. If you see 2-year-old girl killed, Bronx boy fell from line 4, man hit by falling air conditioner sues for $21 million. North Bergen conditioner makes miraculous recovery. Bronx boy, and you know, I have a little bit of a poster, save a life, stop an accident. And it is due to this, this is what's balancing an air conditioner right now in a window. So technically, you've got a minimum of 2 cinder blocks sitting out here being balanced. The only thing holding that in is the lip of the window sash coming down. There are regulations now, and in my, see, I'll go off task here. In my literature, I mean, we've got, you guys estimated, and this is old, this is 20 years old. CPSC estimates 12 children 10 years old and younger die each year. More than 4,000 are treated from window fall related injuries. And that is not by air conditioners, that's just by falling. So we understand that there is a percentage that will be air conditioners. On the flip side of that, you've got air conditioners falling out that are injuring people and doing damage. There are statistics, and I Googled this very simply, that according to the National Fire Protection Association, 140 injuries and 20 deaths a year and $82 million in property damage. Again, I'm sure none of this is really accurate because we really don't know. And nobody is really keeping statistics on that. All right. You guys also came out with, and it's in the literature, and this also is old, preventing window falls. So CPSC has taken window falling or falling out of a window very seriously, okay? There are standards right now, and UL would be, to me, the primary standard, and I don't know how the CPSC and UL relate on that. But UL has a real standard that, if upheld, does work. And the standard is that an air conditioner hanging out of a window needs to hold 400 pounds, holding from the back of it, with 25 pounds of front force and not move. Okay? It's not happening on this. I am a manufacturer, and how I got into this, and I'm going to be completely candid, and I'm not here for this purpose. I was asked by building inspectors about 8 years ago to come up with a solution. I came up with a solution, and this is how I actually got here, and I'm going to make it very brief. And it's related and it's not related. My daughter 6 years ago passed from cancer that 2 years later, there was a solution for. Okay, I came up with a solution for this, and then I dawdled for about 6 years, wandering around until my family said, Peter, you came up with a solution for people to stop getting hurt from air conditioners. And she sent me a video of a firefighter being hit on the head with an air conditioner. So I got back into the business. And the reason I become an expert, and who needed to be an expert on window air conditioners, I did. And I understood, and I see what is completely lacking, and that people are still getting hurt. And there is a solution if you follow the guidelines that need to be followed. So UL has real standards that can be met because I've met them. Okay? New York City, and I have to read you this standard because I'm still trying to understand it. And it is on one of the pages. I didn't number them, where it says New York Local Law 311. Install the AC so that it remains in place when the window is opened, and affix it so the window cannot be opened accidentally. You explain that sentence to me. So basically, what UL and New York City say is that the window needs to be opened and the air conditioner not fall out. Okay, that's not happening. There's no way that an inspector can look and know that. So well, I guess those are questions that I would hope you guys would ask of me. But the fact is, until there is a strict standard of how an air conditioner goes in a window, and air conditioners were invented 93 years ago. They've been hanging out of windows that long. Until there is a standard and it is met and upheld, people are going to get hurt. Kids are going to die. I say to myself, with my invention, I'm going to save a life or an accident somewhere. I don't know who it is. I don't even care, but I know I'm going to save a life. It makes a difference. And I guess I have very little to say after that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to turn next to Mr. Neltner. And if I pronounce your name incorrectly, please correct me.
You did fine. The second N is often missing, and I appreciate you. Appreciate you asking about that. My name's Tom Neltner. I'm the National Director of Unleaded Kids, and we submitted comments on behalf of 10 other organizations as well as Unleaded Kids. Those 10 organizations include Alaska Community Action on Toxics, the Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments, the Blue Green Alliance, Earth Justice, Ecology Center, Environmental Defense Fund, Healthy Babies Bright Futures, Learning Disabilities Association of America, the ARC of the United States, the Union of Concerned Scientists. So what I'm talking about is lead today. Now, it's a chronic hazard, right? It's something you don't see in an individual child. You have heard amazing testimony from people about acute injuries, and I encourage you to deal with those hazards and take them seriously. And I have every doubt from the questions and the attentiveness you provided that you will. What I'm asking is that we look at something that's a chronic hazard that you don't see in a child, that we're looking at it from a public health basis, where you may never even notice that the child's elevated blood levels could come from the levels of lead in children's products or in paint that meet the current standards. When I was involved in the Consumer Product Safety Improvement Act negotiations way back when, when I was with the National Center for Healthy Housing and Sierra Club, and we were working on those issues. It was clear that it was difficult to get the commission's and the staff's attention on an issue like lead unless there was an acute injury. That's why Congress put in the law requirements to revisit those standards every 5 years. Because we know that companies can and must do better. That we've got lead all around us. From my philosophy is our goal is to drive these levels closer to zero. We keep cranking it down. It's continuous improvement. And through that, we can make real progress. So that's why Congress put a requirement for a 5-year review for the Consumer Product Safety Commission. And they did it a little differently. And originally on the children's products, the commission could accept the determination that 100 parts per million was an acceptable limit. It didn't have to determine it. It wasn't ownership of it. But it says in the 5-year review, with the idea that there will be massive amounts of information collected through the third-party certifiers or available through the third-party certifiers, that we will know much more about the opportunities to take it down lower. Not sure what that background noise is, but so it said the commission in that 5-year review needs to require the lowest amount of lead that the commission determines to be technologically feasible to achieve for children's products, and a similar requirement for paint. I don't know how much room there is to reduce it for children's products. For paint, we've done some limited testing, and we think they can be dropped almost an order of magnitude. That, with the exception of some colors where I'm not sure they really tried to do better, you can see levels that are routinely below 10 using an XRF. And we can do that testing, but I don't think you need to. I think the companies do that testing right now because of the requirements that went in the Consumer Product Safety Improvement Act. So what I'm asking is not that the CPSC goes out and does a great deal of testing, but it asks the companies for that information and acts on it. And with our groups, we will be continuing to do some testing. And I'd love to talk with staff about the right testing methods. As we get lower and lower, we have to make sure we're using a method that's going to work. For children's products, there's that same kind of opportunities we think to drive the levels lower. So how much of an issue is it really? Well, let's just take the most obvious situation, a latex paint going up on a square foot of surface area. So you've got a furniture that you painted and you want to change color and you want to get it down back to the wood. I'm giving you a hypothetical. If you were to sand off that paint for just 1 square foot, and that dust at 90 parts per million were to spread around a room, and you compared it to the dust standard that EPA has adopted of 10 micrograms of lead per square foot, that standard it would require, just having done the calculations, that would spread and require remediation of 4,000 square feet. Let me put this another way. If you sand paint that complies with the limit, sand it off and it spreads evenly over that area, 4,000 square feet would be above the level that EPA says poses a hazard and must be cleaned up. If you could drop that down to 10, it would only be 454 square feet that would be contaminated and require cleanup. So you can make a lot of progress by tightening it down, and I think it's technologically feasible. Why is dust so important? Well, it's those children crawling on the floor and having hand-to-mouth activities, sucking their thumb, playing with the toys, dragging the blanket, dragging the stuffed animal that goes to bed with them as they get older, not when they're really young. And that's how they get the exposure. So dust poses, even at those really low levels, a significant hazard because of kids' hand-to-mouth activities. And when they ingest it, a lot of it, half to 80%, gets into the blood system. And when it gets into the blood, it can cause damage to the brain. It's not just kids. We now know that it's adults too. That the adults that are working with the materials and sanding it, even if after they cleaned up the areas perfectly, it also contributes to cardiovascular disease. Last December, EPA did a quantitative analysis. It's the gold standard. OMB wants you to be able to quantify the benefits because then you can make real comparisons to the costs. And they did this for lead in drinking water. And what they quantified, in the past, we've quantified IQ benefits. So if you could reduce, what's the correlation between blood lead and IQ, and then what is the lost lifetime earnings potential for IQ? But they added in that one for the first time ADHD, a quantitative relationship to ADHD, a quantitative relationship to preterm births. And preterm births has long impacts on society, but also a slightly increased risk of cardiovascular disease from adult exposure to it. So we need to be thinking about all the people that are exposed to these products. Are they actually an issue? Well, we don't really. I can't show you a home where they've sanded it and created lead dust hazards because nobody's even looking at even the post-1978 homes, except for HUD. They've done a survey. They're called the American Healthy Housing Survey 2. They did one in 2005. They did another one in 2016 and 17 and 18. And they picked a nationally representative sampling of homes. And they're still finding lead dust hazards and lead-based paint hazards in millions of homes built after 1978 when lead-based paint was banned, when it was above the higher levels of, at the higher levels they used to be. So that could come from contaminated soil tracked in. It could come from any other sources, but it could just as well come from the lead in the paint that complied with the 90 parts per million level. So we think it is technologically achievable to drop those levels down. We think it's important from this chronic risk. We don't think CPSC has to do a lot of testing, that it can go out to those third-party certifiers for the children's products and say, okay, I know you report things as pass-fail, but those instruments that you give an actual reading. And you're required by, I think it's 120, it's 16 CFR 1112.25 to keep all of the test results. So there's already record keeping. So, and CPSC is authorized to request that information, requested for the purposes of assessing those opportunities and fulfilling the requirements of the law that Congress laid out in 2008. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to turn to online. I believe that Mr. Conley are you available?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is Damon Connolly. I serve in the California State Legislature representing Assembly District 12, which is the northern part of the San Francisco Bay Area. I appreciate the opportunity to share our local perspectives with you. And I know just how important it is for senior policymakers to hear meaningful input from stakeholders working at the most grassroots level of issues. Prior to serving as a California State Assembly member, I served on the Marin County Board of Supervisors, San Rafael City Council, School Board, and worked as a California Deputy Attorney General. I can say I understand when an issue is best addressed at the local level and when it must be addressed on a national level. My strong opinion is that while we can enact enforcement laws at the state and local level to improve the safety of e-bike riders within our jurisdictions, this is an issue that can only be effectively and meaningfully addressed with nationwide federal regulations. Without strong federal guidelines to require clear labeling of the risk of injury, appropriate age limits, and other important manufacturer and consumer level protections, e-bike safety can only be improved one city, county, or state at a time. Current California law does not set an age limit for Class 2 e-bikes, which can be operated with the handlebar throttle alone and do not require pedal assist. While they are currently regulated to go up to 20 miles per hour, too often they are being used at higher speeds with simple user modifications. Some manufacturers even openly advertise that aftermarket modifications can change the top speed to up to 50 miles per hour. I introduced California State Assembly Bill 1778 this year, which would establish a voluntary pilot program in Marin County prohibiting individuals under the age of 16 from operating Class II electric bicycles. The bill also requires e-bike riders of all ages to wear a helmet and for law enforcement to collect traffic stop and citation data. This bill is grounded in the commitment to safeguard our youth from potential hazards associated with these bicycles in our communities. We believe that setting an age limit for riders and collecting more data on this issue will significantly reduce crashes and help ensure that our streets remain safe for everyone. A research paper published by the National Institutes of Health in 2023, titled "Electric Bicycles Are an Increasingly Common Pediatric Public Health Problem," highlights the increased level of injuries for e-bike riders. From 2011 through 2020, the paper found there were 2.4 times greater odds of severe injury for children under 18 on e-bikes compared to pedal bicycles. Internal injuries were almost twice as common among injuries due to e-bikes, 14.6% compared to bicycles, 8.5%. Assembly Bill 1778 was a grassroots collaboration between local and state leaders. It will be the first regulations of its kind in California setting an age limit for Class II e-bikes. However, if signed into law, AB 1778 will only benefit Marin County, since it will be a one-county pilot if signed and would not be a statewide policy. My office has received significant support for the legislation, and in fact, the most common requested amendment my office has received is from other counties asking to be joined into the pilot. Clearly, a much broader approach is needed for e-bike safety. We need federal regulators to step in and ensure that appropriate age limits are set in every county and every state. And we need enforcement on manufacturers to ensure that e-bike speed limits cannot be modified and are not openly advertised to inappropriately young children. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak this morning to your commission on this issue of vital consumer safety importance.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. You can turn now to Ms. Sackett.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here and have the opportunity to speak to the commission and share our perspective. My name's Mary Sackett, and I am a Marin County supervisor. I really appreciated the opportunity to meet with Commissioner Boyle and Chair Hornsack when I was in Washington, D.C. in January to just share our perspectives. And I'm really pleased that we have this opportunity today. I'm encouraged by what the commission is doing around transportation micromobility. I know you're well aware of the issues and concerns around micromobility and the heightened risk of injury. I looked closely at your September 2023 micromobility products related deaths, injuries, and hazard patterns, and will share that we are seeing similar patterns in Marin County. I want to start by saying we want to see more people on e-bikes. If our high school parking lots went from car focus to e-bike focus, this would be a great thing for our community, for congestion, for our youth, mental health, and well-being. And we need to close some loopholes in the manufacturers of these e-bikes. About a year ago, our trauma surgeons brought to Assemblymember Connolly and I an issue of them seeing more and more injuries in the trauma centers, in particular around our youth. We went straight to our public health officer, who I hope you'll have the opportunity to hear from today. And he said, what are we trying to solve for, and what do we know about those issues? We quickly realized that we didn't have the data to really distinguish between e-bike injuries and pedal bike injuries. And so we changed some of our tracking and EMS data in order to get a better handle on what the issue was. We've always had a high number of bicycle injuries in our county. We have a long history of bicycle riders, and with increased use, you know you're going to have injuries. But the real concerning part was this rapid spike over the last couple years, and seeing 10 to 15-year-olds in the trauma centers at a rate of 6 times what we were seeing from other demographics and other age groups. Not only am I a local policymaker, I'm also a parent of 2 children who fit in that demographic of 2 to 15. The kids right now want these e-bikes. The manufacturers of bicycles, and we'll talk about e-bikes versus non-e-bikes, but the manufacturers of these products are targeting them towards youth. The images, the advertising all really focus on youth. And if you look at their websites, it's really hard to find out what the standards are and what age they're designed for. They say things like, you know, as allowed by law or as appropriate for the age. And the kids all want these, and the parents are in a position of looking at, we want to see kids outside more and want to see them riding. Maybe this allows, we are a hilly geography, and we say that the e-bikes allow flatten the land in order to get kids and people where they want to go more easily. But really, this 10 to 15-year-old demographic is super concerning. We have a young person that lives just down the street from where I am at the Civic Center, who was injured this fall in an e-bike accident, resulting in head trauma, very serious surgery, life-threatening, and was in the intensive care unit for about 6 months before being able to return home. This is who I think about when I talk about this issue. We also see that we've got issues regarding speed, design, marketing, and also the design of the bikes that oftentimes invite tandem riders. And this is a big area of concern. I think, you know, I'll speak for myself. In my day and age, they were called banana seats. In today's day and age, they kind of look the same and really do invite a tandem rider. Though the manufacturers are saying, you know, allowed for one person. It's really important that we take a look at that issue, because when you do add a second person on the back, at least anecdotally, we see that the second person oftentimes doesn't have a helmet, maybe didn't plan to be on the back. And it really changes the weight and the maneuverability of a bicycle when you add another 100+ pounds on the back, especially with young riders. We're really focusing our efforts countywide on education to both parents and children. And it becomes really difficult to message on what safety is when we talk about what's class 1, what's class 2, what's class 3, and what doesn't fall into that class of e-bikes. We are really trying to get the messaging out through our schools, through our law enforcement, through our parent education. And it's a really tough message because it's very muddy. And our schools are all asking for help. And our law enforcement is struggling with how to enforce any kind of regulations in a very non-specific environment regarding what is the appropriate age, speed, and class of bike. It's impossible for law enforcement to enforce. And I think bringing law enforcement in to anything that is done is really important. So for example, class 1 e-bikes, we have an age and a speed. Class 2 and class 3, and then kind of non-class 2, you can't tell from looking at the bicycle alone whether or not what class the bike is operating in. So it's really important that we look at this from a federal lens. Across Marin County, we have 11 cities and towns, all with their own ability to pass ordinances. And we're really struggling with how to do this even within the 11 Marin County jurisdictions, let alone going beyond our borders and statewide. We really need some federal regulations and guidance on a few things. We need to talk about what is the age for different speeds and class of bicycles. We need to talk about an issue of many of the electric mobility devices do allow for an override or for an off-road mode or for a mode shift. And that can take it from one class to another. And really, when you add a throttle to that, you're going very rapid speeds in a short amount of time with young riders. We need to talk about the tandem seat and really creating uniformity so that our law enforcement has an opportunity to enforce something regarding age. There's a hole that I think, we really started working on this locally probably September, October of 2023, not that long ago. But what we've discovered in the last couple of months is a real hole in what is considered an e-bike. There are, in the state of California, there are 3 classes of e-bikes, and we thought sort of class 2 was the most problematic. What we're really seeing now is that the bikes that are marketed into this demographic may not be categorized as an e-bike at all, but really are an electric motorcycle. And I understand that that may be out of the purview of the CPSC. I get that. We would appreciate your guidance, and how do we work together with other federal agencies? And if that's the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, how do we work together to sort of address this hole of what is an electric bike versus what is an electric motorcycle? We know that to drive a motorcycle, it's a different licensing, and you do have to have a license. And I don't think any of us sitting here today want to see 10 or 12-year-olds on a motorcycle, whether it's electric or gas. And so we really need to hone in on what the definitions of those are. So we're asking today that the CPSC agendize to prioritize considering new federal consumer product safety standards on e-bikes in the next year or two. We appreciate the advance notice of proposed rulemaking issued in March and ask that the CPSC proceed with a new proposed safety rule under the Consumer Product Safety Act. It's not as simple as one jurisdiction, and we can't regulate interstate commerce from a local level. We remain committed and willing to share our data with you and to continue working with you to really focus in particular on the 10 to 15-year-olds who we are just seeing too many life-threatening injuries with. So thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you. At this point, just wanted to see if Mr. Willis is on.
Yes, I am. Hello.
Excellent. Then I'm going to turn to you to provide your testimony. Thank you.
Good morning, or good afternoon in your case. I appear as simply Matt on the panelist list. I was unable to log into WebEx under my other name. So appreciate the chance to address the commission. My name is Matt Willis, Public Health Officer for Marin County. Thank you for this opportunity to share my perspective on the need for stronger federal regulation on e-bikes. As health officer, my duty is to preserve and protect the public health. This extends to any issue where the data and trends suggest a threat to safety within our community. In Marin, e-bike injuries have become one of those issues. I'm going to share with you how I came to see this as a public health issue, because our local experience may well forecast the emerging national experience as e-bikes gain popularity. In early 2023, I started hearing from our local emergency room and trauma center physicians about increased numbers of people coming into ERs with injuries from e-bikes. They also noted that these injuries were not just the usual scraped knees or even broken wrists associated with bike crashes. Instead, e-bike injuries were often more serious: femur or pelvic fractures, damage to vital organs, and brain trauma, more like motor vehicle accident injuries. At the same time, community members, parents, and others were complaining about young kids, quote unquote, zipping around the community at high speeds on throttle-controlled e-bikes with passengers often in tow, and what were often mistaken as mopeds. Conversations with parents of children who had suffered traumatic e-bike related injuries made it clear that many simply didn't understand the added risks that these bikes posed to young riders. As an epidemiologist and physician, my usual response when we're hearing anecdotal reports from various perspectives with lots of feelings is to step back to look at the data. So our first look into the available data revealed two things. One is that we really didn't have a good way to assess e-bike safety in national, state, or local data. It was a blind spot. In fact, we found that most bike crashes didn't even distinguish between e-bikes or regular bikes in our data systems. The other thing we found was a concerning trend in local bike crash data. From 2019 to 2022, in Marin County, 911 calls for bike accidents for youth aged 10 to 19 more than doubled, while rates for other age groups had much smaller increases. So in order to gain visibility, in October 2023, we asked our ambulance crews across Marin to begin documenting whether it was an e-bike or a regular bike for every bike accident response. I'd like to share with you the results of that analysis and ongoing surveillance. Hopefully this will work. I'll share my screen. So here's the bicycle safety dashboard. Can you see that?
Not yet.
Confirmation? Okay. Great. So this is our bicycle safety dashboard that counts all 911
We actually
calls.
can't see your screen. Just
Oh, okay. You know, maybe I'll just verbally summarize. So what we do, basically every 911 response to a bike accident across the county is registered as a required field by the ambulance crew to determine whether it was an e-bike or a regular bike. We've been collecting data since October of 2023. We have about 150 bike crashes now in that database. And the single most striking data point is a clear sort of outlier status for rates of e-bike crashes among residents aged 10 to 15. We stratified for that age group specifically because that was where we were seeing anecdotal reports of highest risk. And in fact, when we looked at the data, it was clear that the accident rate for kids on e-bikes aged 10 to 15 is about 5 times higher than it is for any other age group across the spectrum. We're also seeing when we look at conventional bike accidents, the rates across age groups are very similar. And so we came to the conclusion that it does, you know, that we're, so we came to the conclusion that the dashboard is updated weekly based on the prior week's accidents. And that pattern never really changed as new data emerged. So week by week, we see the crashes from the previous week, and we haven't seen any significant change in that fundamental pattern of an outlier status in terms of the numbers of accidents for those younger residents. Within 1 month of data collection, the pattern was so clear that we issued a local public health advisory in November of 2023, urging families with children to consider Class 1 e-bikes, which are pedal assisted and not throttle operated for young riders. The notice also encouraged e-bike riders of all ages to wear helmets because we found that some were in fact not wearing helmets or not wearing them properly. So to wrap up, I'm speaking as a local health officer in one county, but I think I can speak for most of my local health officer colleagues across the country when we look what we look for in a federal response or what would be most useful. The first is a simple matter of prioritization. It's important to view e-bikes as an emerging matter of product safety for the nation, especially for youth. We hope the Commission will recognize that in the absence of stronger federal regulations, communities like ours across the country will start taking more and more local action, acting out of a sense of urgency and a natural need to respond for both gathering data and regulating e-bike use in some form. Playing this forward, this could lead to a potentially wide patchwork of regulations that vary in potentially confusing ways for Americans as they cross city, county, or state lines. Second, we also see a practical need for better data on e-bike related injuries. Public health leaders generally look to the CDC and other trusted sources to report findings from robust national data systems. For e-bikes, the products hit the market before there were standardized systems to measure and report impact. So our local data offers an important glimpse, but the numbers are lowish, and the system is not standardized across counties. Setting a federal research agenda is also important. Lastly, from a public health perspective, we're excited to see riders of all ages opting for bicycle transportation on their way to work and school. The exercise and mental health benefits are important and strong. The question at hand is really how to ensure the generally healthy trend towards more e-bike use occurs with safety at the forefront, especially for our younger riders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Middlestat, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. Please begin.
Thank you. My name is Bob Middlestead. I live in Marin County, where the three previous speakers also live, and I'm speaking on behalf of E-Bike Access. It's Marin County's nonprofit that's focused exclusively on e-bikes. And let me say at the very outset that we are huge proponents of e-bikes, the legal ones that you pedal. We have been fortunate enough, our board members and our other members, to ride mountain bikes for decades in the birthplace of mountain biking on Mount Tamalpais. And we think we've earned our elevation, as they say, and we have now graduated with our advancing ages to pedal assist Class 1 e-bikes to extend our riding careers and we hope our lifespans. But in the course of advocating for equal access for pedal assist e-bikes, we've been faced with opposition from people who claim that if we allow you all up on the mountain, it'll open the floodgates to the reckless and dangerous riding of throttle e-bikes, which we now see on our city streets. So we've taken a closer look at exactly what the youth are riding on our streets. And as grandparents, we asked whether they were safe. And the retired lawyers among us also asked whether they were legal. And I want to just take a step back here for the benefit of anyone who isn't familiar with the e-bike issue. In the old days, bicycles were pedaled, and if a vehicle, a two-wheeler or otherwise, had a motor, we called it a motor vehicle. But starting back in 2015 or so, various legislatures and at the federal level, an exception was made for certain types of bicycles that had motors, and those are what we call e-bikes. And now those e-bikes are treated as bicycles, and everything that doesn't meet the strict standards of an e-bike in terms of the motor size and the speed capabilities are still treated as motor vehicles. It's a really important line because if you cross the line into a motor vehicle, you've got to be licensed. The vehicle has to be registered with the state. There's insurance requirements and age requirements. So it's an important line to draw. When we took a look at what was happening on the streets, we quickly learned that the most popular brand that the 10 to 15-year-olds were riding was called Super 73. It's an electric motor device, and I use the word device instead of e-bike for a reason that'll become clear. It has a motorcycle type throttle and optional pedals. Optional in the sense you don't have to pedal at all, you can just use the throttle. The company boasts on its website, quote, "It's like riding an electric motorcycle," close quote. Its top speed is 30 to 35 miles per hour, which you unlock, to use their term, by pushing a button or two on the app that they provide. It's as easy as changing a setting on your iPhone, or for those of us who remember manual transmission cars, it's as easy as shifting from first to second to third and so forth. With the enormous torque of its motor, a Super 73 accelerates from 0 to 35 in about 15 seconds. With the simple push of a throttle, no pedaling required, no age limit required. So that's what we found our youngest riders were riding. And it wasn't just Super 73s, they were the most popular, but there's a whole slew of other brands that are doing the same thing. On the safety issue, we consulted with Dr. Willis and we heard the alarming information that he has laid out. The most striking thing that he mentioned was the accident rate on conventional bicycles is roughly the same for all age groups. So young kids can ride bikes as well as old people. But for electric devices, the accident rate for kids 10 to 15 is at least 5 times higher than any other age group. So logically, what that led us to conclude was that it's not the kids, it's what they're riding. And what they're riding are the Super 73s and the similar brands that exceed the legal limit, which brought us to the legal side. We learned that even though Super 73s were being sold and labeled as Class 2 e-bikes, their motors clearly exceeded the speed capabilities for that class, which is 20 miles per hour. And as the law is written, and what I'm talking about is the model code proposed by the bike industry in 2015 and adopted by California and 40 plus other states. And it's pretty much incorporated into your standards. But the fact that their motors are capable, that's the term of the statute, in working, providing assistance over 20 miles per hour, that makes them illegal for riders under 16. But it also means they're illegal for older riders unless they satisfy the requirements for motor vehicles, which I mentioned before. And this problem, I'll stress, is not limited to any one manufacturer. Indeed, one of Super 73's arguments is that everybody else is doing it. Well, to us, that's not a defense, it's an indictment. Indeed, they're trying to outdo each other in terms of top speed. That's how they sell them, that's how they market them to the kids, and that's what appeals to the kids. Another brand, Aerial Rider, is a good example. On its website, it presents a chart designed to show consumers, the kids, that they should buy an Aerial Rider instead of a Super 73. And how do they do it? What's their selling point? They say Aerial Rider's top speed is over 38 miles per hour, while Super 73, they say, is listed at a mere 34 miles per hour. Bear in mind, we're talking about a class of bikes, so-called, that can't exceed 20. So in pitching their product, they apparently forgot that they were trying to pass it off as a Class 2 e-bike. So we think that dealing with this should be among the Commission's top priorities, because as Supervisor Sackett said, it is difficult to enforce at the local level. We've been working for 6 months with local law enforcement in schools, and they're working hard to enforce the law, but it's proven problematic for several reasons, as the supervisor mentioned. So what do we do about this? Our conclusion is that the only practical way is to go back to basics and limit the e-bike category at the state and federal level to pedal assist bikes. After all, the essence of bicycling is pedaling. That's what differentiates bicycles from other forms of transport. It's one thing to allow an electric motor to assist in pedaling. We like that. But a machine that is propelled by a motorcycle throttle with no pedaling required just shouldn't be considered a bicycle or an e-bicycle. It might be smaller than a Harley Davidson, but it sure isn't a bicycle. Now, in the past, the industry sold the idea that throttle motorcycles with small enough motors and limited to 20 miles an hour would be less dangerous than pedal assist bicycles that could go 28. And so they proposed a classification system, the model legislation, that buried these throttle machines in between the two classes of pedal assist. And it imposed a minimum age, 16 years old, only for the 28 mile per hour pedal assist e-bikes. As Assemblyman Connolly's bill would provide, if it's going to be 16 years old for a pedal assist bike, regardless of the speed, it sure should be 16 years old for a bike that will go 20, not to mention higher, without any pedaling. But it's increasingly evident that it was a mistake to include to include throttle machines for three major reasons. First, a throttle device accelerates much faster than a pedal assist bike, and it can sustain that top speed without any effort. Most cyclists that I know, other than professionals, cannot maintain 28 miles per hour for very long by pedaling. But with a throttle, a 10-year-old can stay at top speed with nothing but a press of the thumb, at least until the battery runs out. So that's more dangerous, even if the top speed were limited to 20. But second, as other speakers have said, few, if any, of these devices being sold as Class 2 e-bikes actually top out at 20. Most manufacturers, domestic, and the imported bikes from China have got into this big time. They make it super easy for kids to shift into faster modes. How many kids does anybody actually think rides throttle devices in anything other than the fastest gear? And the manufacturers have become quite brazen. They're banking on the difficulties of enforcing the law, and they're profiting off of unsuspecting parents who think if a device has a Class 2 e-bike label, it has this commission through the state's imprimatur of safety and legality. And the result,
Mr. Milstead, if you could wrap up your testimony, I appreciate it.
I will.
reached the
So
10
I
minutes.
think in conclusion, the commission has an important role to play. It should consider enforcement proceedings, and it should limit the category of electric bikes to those that require pedaling. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Milstead. Turning now to Dr. Zuckerman.
Thank you, and I apologize for being late. I was rushing over from testifying in the House of Representatives, and you were early, so that was unexpected. I'm Dr. Diana Zuckerman. I'm president of the National Center for Health Research, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about your priorities for 2025 and 2026. Our nonprofit public health think tank is staffed by scientists, medical professionals, and public health experts who analyze and review research on a range of health and safety issues. And we greatly respect the essential role of CPSC, as well as the challenges that you face in selecting your most important priorities. Just briefly, my background is I'm trained in epidemiology and public health from Yale Medical School. I've worked in the House and the Senate and the White House and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. So I've looked at these policy issues from many different angles. Today, I'm going to focus on chemicals and heavy metals in products that have become increasingly popular in homes, daycare centers, schools, and communities that are affecting our health and our children's health. There's growing evidence that we need to protect children from exposure to PFAS, other hormone-disrupting chemicals, lead and heavy metals from recycled tire waste and other synthetic rubber. This should be a priority because many children are exposed to tire waste day after day and year after year. In the past, I've talked to some of you about these products in school and community playgrounds and artificial turf fields. But what we found is that things are changing, and now these products are being advertised directly to consumers, and they're going in homes, and they're as well as daycare centers and our backyards. Research has not kept up with these developments because the exposure levels can, of course, be much higher when the products are at home than in public areas. So if you go online and search for the terms rubber tiles or rubber mulch or rubber play areas, you'll see what I mean, and you'll be amazed at what you find. Whether looking at popular websites such as Home Depot or Lowe's or Amazon, or on the websites of companies you've never heard of, you're going to find the following. 1, bags of tire waste dyed pretty colors being sold directly to consumers to use in play areas near swings and other play equipment in their backyards. Photos show children lying on the tire waste as if they were making snow angels or enjoying the beach. One company even calls itself Play Safer. These products are being advertised as safer than grass, and you can see some of the pictures that are in my written statement. They are not safer than grass. Rubber tiles, also dyed attractive colors, are used for flooring in homes and daycare centers and any place that children play. In addition, sheets of rubber flooring that are much larger than tiles are being sold for exercise rooms and other indoor areas. They look solid, but you have to understand that the gases from these chemicals are coming up into the air. And not only are we breathing them in, but there's also dust that we can't see and particulate matter that we can't see, and we're breathing these in. And this becomes especially dangerous in rooms where either there are no windows or the windows aren't actually open most of the time. And then the third product is rubber mulch that's being marketed to replace pine mulch or wood mulch in our lawns around trees and shrubs and flowers. It's more expensive than wood mulch, but it's marketed as cost effective because it lasts for years. And these products are marketed as a landscaping option that is safe for pets. Maybe it is, but if it has lead in it, it's not going to be safe for pets or for children. All of these materials are made out of recycled rubber, and they usually say so somewhere, sometimes in the fine print. And in some cases, they clearly brag that this is a recycled material and therefore it's really environmentally friendly. They don't tell you that these materials contain PFAS or other hormone disrupting chemicals that can cause or exacerbate obesity, attention deficits, early puberty, asthma, allergies, and can eventually cause cancer. They don't tell you that tire waste used on playgrounds has been found to contain lead and other heavy metals. The data on lead are somewhat confusing because tire crumb is heterogeneous in terms of lead. Researchers from the Ecology Center tested for lead in tire shreds in this area, in Washington and Montgomery County, and found shreds with 2,000 to 4,000 parts per million, which is much higher than what EPA or CPSC considers safe. But there were also shreds with no lead, and there was everything in between. And so when you average this out, it looks like it's not a dangerous level of exposure. But if a particular child or children eat the ones that do have a lot of lead or play with it and it gets on their hands and then they put their hands in their mouth, it can be very dangerous. So in other words, tire crumb is unpredictably risky and it needs to be regulated to prevent unsafe exposures. And that's probably why the EPA report that just came out, which some of you are probably aware of, concluded that although there were dangerous chemicals in tire crumb, the exposure level wasn't a dangerous level because they did a simulation anyway. They didn't actually study it, but when you average it out, it doesn't look bad. The problem is that some pieces are going to be extremely dangerous. The EPA report had numerous shortcomings, and the report actually clearly admitted it's not a risk assessment. And the agency even stated that there were certain kinds of studies that they would have liked to do, but they did not do, and therefore they could not draw definitive conclusions. Also, the EPA report focused on artificial turf, even though they didn't look at the plastic grass itself, which also has chemicals and sometimes has lead. They did not evaluate the impact of tire crumb exposures on playgrounds or any kind of exposure involving young children. They were really looking at artificial turf, which is a different level of exposure. Because when children are on playgrounds, they're putting tire pieces in their mouths. They're getting the dust and other chemical residue on their hands, clothes, and toys, and from there getting into their mouths. So we appreciate the Consumer Product Safety Commission's online warnings to parents and caregivers that it's already on your website about the unknown risks of recycled tire crumb. And that web article clearly states that the risks are unknown, but that precautions can be taken. Realistically, however, it gives advice that's not very practical, such as soon as your child is done playing, bring them home, wash their clothes, give them a bath, and by the way, wash all their toys. Now, that would be a good thing to do as a precaution, but it's not really a very practical thing that parents are going to do. And certainly they're not going to do it when it's in their own yards. Our center was instrumental in persuading Congress to urge the Consumer Product Safety Commission's ban on several phthalates in toys and products for young children quite a few years ago. But similar hormone disrupting chemicals are now in these products being used for playroom floors, playgrounds, and play areas in homes across the country, and we think that deserves as much attention. Your focus groups have shown that children who use playgrounds with artificial surfaces could be exposed to the chemicals in those surfaces. And unfortunately, the materials that make up those surfaces are often treated as trade secrets. And meanwhile, the manufacturers are making claims about safety that are not supported by well-designed studies or standards. For example, they may say that their products contain no PFAS chemicals, but there are over 2,000 PFAS chemicals, and they're usually testing for about 6 of them. So that's not really telling us very much about what's there. We've repeatedly also heard erroneous claims in testimony at the state and local government level, such as claims that the Consumer Product Safety Commission has concluded that these materials are safe. So I'm here to encourage you to closely evaluate the research that's been done on tire crumb rubber, and artificial turf, focusing on independently funded research of both the short-term and the long-term safety issues. And we also urge you to carefully examine the EPA study to be aware of its shortcomings, and especially their vague generalizations pertaining to safety. They said that although there are dangerous chemicals, it is generally safe. But what does generally safe mean? Does that mean it's safe for some people, a lot of people, but not everyone, and perhaps not children? Families need information that enable them to protect their children from harm, and federal agencies have not yet provided that information.
If I could ask you to wrap up.
Oh,
please.
sure, of course. Thank you. So basically, just to say that your action is essential because companies often do not provide information that consumers need to make informed choices. And in some cases, there's no credible research about the potential health impact of these chemicals in popular products before they are sold. Claims that there is no evidence of harm is not the same thing as saying that there is no harm. And it is not the same thing as saying they're safe. It only means the evidence isn't there yet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Turning now to Ms. Thomas Romero.
Can you guys hear me? Thank you, Chair. I have a little bit of a cold if you guys can't hear, so just let me know if I need to speak up. As many of you know, my name is Myra Thomas Romero. I am a mother of an infant product hazard victim, Allie Bell, or Alicia Isabel Thomas, and this is our oldest son, Benjamin Thomas. He is very excited to be here, I bet. Yeah, because he hears about you guys all the time and all of the hard work that you put in and have given our family and justice. A little bit about me that I haven't shared publicly that I feel like it is appropriate to bring up. My professional background, I graduated high school at 17. I'm an immigrant. I speak English, immigrated here when I was 6 years old. My parents made the choice to come here because of the disability rights, thanks to my little sister, who I am a co-guardian for. So this past year, seeing you guys really strategize and research and figure out those hazards that are touching people with intellectual disabilities has been really, really moving. So thank you for that, guys. Past that, I went ahead and worked 8.5 years as a surgical technician for ophthalmology. So I focused on corneal surgeries and also the calibration of the instruments that ophthalmologists use. After that, I went and worked for my father at a small restaurant for 5 or 6 years before I had Ben. And once we had Allie, I decided to go into public service by starting a canvassing initiative during the pandemic alongside Ben, Allie, and Caleb every day. It was very fulfilling. And so that's why I say that Allie Bell died serving the most needy people in our community who are most affected by consumer product issues. I have a lot to say today. I think you guys know that I am a very opinionated person, and unfortunately, it's not because I want to be. It's because, as you guys know, we are very underrepresented, and even if we do have representation before panels like yours or ASTM or in civil litigation, typically they do not actually tell you how this works. In the past year, we've seen a lot of progress, and I feel like I also need to take a second and thank all of you as public servants, because apparently it's Public Service Week. So thank you for for dedicating your lives to this. Like, it's so selfless, and even when I disagree with what you have to say, like, props. Similarly, I need to thank Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, the Unified Government of Kansas City, Kansas, the Unified Government of Kansas City, Kansas Public Health Department, the Fire Department. Because unfortunately in my grief, I was led to believe that they had bad actions towards my daughter's investigation erroneously. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but thank you, KCKPD, because they saved my life last year. I had a mental crisis breakdown that most of you saw happening, and they were so selfless after I had spent a year on a campaign against them to still save my life. So yeah, thank you, KCKPD. Moving on, Ben and I are also really excited because you guys are killing it with the communications department. This week, I think it's Ron the Squirrel. Is it Ron the Squirrel or the bird, Dr. Midget? There's a little thing that you guys put up, and it matched my kids' school theme of power. And that's for Piper School District, which we are also really excited to represent today. As far as consumer product issues, I will get to the point. Unsafe sleep environments are, in my opinion now, an epidemic. For the last 22 years, I believe, we have not seen a decrease in the rate of infant mortality from these deaths. We know that statistically they're obviously underrepresented to the agency because we maybe get 100 to 200 actual reports even submitted to the agency at all when there's 3,400 to 3,600 deaths. Now, this is the first year that we've had an increase, and I don't think that there is anyone in the room who will not see the correlation to what was happening with the infant sleep product rule. Hopefully next year you'll see that improve. That will hopefully align with all of the enforcement actions that you guys have been taking on our behalf. Every single time we see a recall or a notice or just even a warning, man, thank you. My daughter, so thanks you. So I know that I've been advocating at ASTM for a long time. I don't know that it's the most efficient way to go about it, but I know that you guys will see the power in also maybe advocating to the CDC. We update some of those forms. I know my law enforcement agency, uses that form. They don't have time sometimes to go to these trainings as quickly, and those forms only get updated every 6 years. So as of right now, wearables only say a swaddle or pajamas or diaper. There's no additional, weighted sleep sacks, sleep bags, banded products that would be really helpful for you all, I think, in also identifying what actually has a hazard or what is a human factors hazard, as we know. Speaking of that, I want to thank Amazon for pulling weighted products voluntarily, having to have gone to psychiatric care involuntarily. I have to say it's really moving to see a company actually do something that was really powerful and do it in the interest of safety. I think I see Amazon's policy council back there. I do have to share there's another very, very scary hazard. Sometimes I don't know how this happens, but Amazon does sell pallets of return goods to communities like mine, where us resellers, Hispanics, people that are low income, we will buy these pallets and then spend months selling them off on Amazon, or I'm sorry, on Facebook Marketplace. There's even pop-up stores in low income communities that just dedicate themselves to this. So in December, I was able to buy this weighted product for $1. It was brand new. There's nothing wrong with the product. It still has all the warnings. It matches everything on the website. But you guys can see the hazard in, heaven forbid, it being a recalled product that someone does not review and then goes back out to the marketplace to people like me. What's most frustrating is that, of course, I don't have access to Amazon's policy council because I'm not an attorney. So I'm sorry if I take up a little bit more of the time, but this is the only time and stage that I know that I can be heard and it can go for good. So I will give you this later. Additionally to that, I need to take a moment to say thank you for the equity initiatives that you guys have done with Dr. Midget. I know we had the equity roundtable in 2022, but Ellie had just died, so I didn't know about it. And I really want to encourage you guys, General Counsel Rich, so nice to meet you. I've been wanting to meet you, to really look at the FTC for an example. I was able to give testimony to Chairwoman Khan on a totally inappropriate stage because I did not know it was about grocery marketing issues in the pandemic. But the fact that I was able to sign up the day before and still have 2 minutes in front of a chair, that, oh my gosh, that's powerful. You can see it. I was sitting next to little brother. We were in pajamas. I did not read what I had for testimony, but it was raw, and I think she got the point. I think other people got the point of, marketing terms like safe or breathability or breathable are really hurting American consumers. And unfortunately, it's populations like mine. Environmental justice populations, which also get affected by gas stoves, by a lot of these issues that get polarized, and unfortunately it's causing lives. So until I see that improve and see companies doing more of what Amazon did voluntarily, I have to tell industry I'm not going anywhere. As far as other issues, we also want to touch on voluntary standards very gently. I will say that I support Megan and Hindi in their statements earlier. If anything, probably what I would say would be a lot harsher, but inappropriate for you all to hear and remain impartial. So as far as something that I can recommend is that maybe we at some point think about the efficiency of voluntary standards financially. Chair Alex, you know how much money we devote to this because we are committed to an industry that actually provides results progressively and quickly and cheaper than rulemaking. Commissioner Feldman, I know that you are very committed to that as well, as am I, surprisingly. However, when the agency spends as much as it does on a research study or a clinical whatever to get safe sleep messaging from caregivers, right? I don't know how much those cost, but I'm sure they're very expensive. There were several done in 2020 and 2019 leading up to the infant sleep product rule saying, hey, parents need harsh words. We need to say something has killed before a parent will really understand what that means and actually maybe heed a warning. As of 2 weeks ago, in our infant sleep product warnings task group, that was shot down. The word kill was removed while Nancy tried to advocate that the word killed shows what happens to these children. I really debated bringing Allie's last picture that I have because it's on her deathbed. She has tubes coming out of her, and that's what I live with every day at these meetings. I know that's no one's fault. I know that that's why it's a tort and there is no DOJ investigation over it. However, when I have to hear industry not only negate the science and the research and the time that the agency has put forth, while then perpetuating to Congress that you guys are the problem, it's insulting. It's insulting to my child. It's insulting to the average American uneducated consumer, as I just, because we know better. So I'm going to try to take a second and focus on something better. And that's what you guys have done in the last 2 years since I've known who you are. I know the Office of Management and Budget had a little panel where they had a lot of highlighting of how different agencies are engaging the public. There's actually an RFI right now if anyone wants to submit comments on their experience in participating in federal agencies. There was all the big agencies, but of course you guys are not there because you guys are small. And I think we just need to highlight how well the agency in the past year has responded to parents like me, parents like Ashley, that water bead lady who just showed up, and you guys have listened to what happened to our children and have tried to the furthest extent that's reasonable and rational address the hazards. So thank you. I hope President Biden really takes a look at you guys before he leaves, if he leaves. But I don't know how to better advocate for the agency because unfortunately my representatives are not agreeable to hearing what I have to say. To that point, Senator Moran, I would really appreciate the opportunity to talk to your staff who handle this binder. Same for Doc Marshall and same for Congressman Turner. I think a lot of our issues here are just because we don't listen to each other in the polarized state. I mean, Alex, you are top dog, and just talking to you reminds me that you're a person and that you're listening. So Senator Moran, I so beg of you, before we start another appropriations rabbit hole, we maybe listen to the parents that are being failed and who we think should be taken a look at. And to me, that's industry. Industry, you guys can do better. I won't go on I do that on my own on social media. But honestly, it's insulting to see a manufacturer who made a product my daughter died wearing before the AAP identified it as a hazard now state there are no incidents to her product, which we know is a lie, thanks to a Freedom of Information Act request. But more disparagingly, putting the agency as liars. That to me is unacceptable. I know you guys aren't, free speech. However, every single time that happens from this point forward, I will say, I will pursue that to the end of the world. We don't need to polarize the agency, just like Commissioner Feldman, you remember our first meeting where you said antidote versus antidote. It makes it very hard to do rulemaking. I spent 2 years, sir, completing my IDI to the extent that the clearinghouse no longer wants to see an email from me ever. I did miss one thing, the binky that was present and the bottle, so I'm bringing that too. I hope the Children's Product Hazard team really takes their work very seriously. I'm sure they do. But I want to ask you, Commissioner Feldman, to also maybe at times point out that the agency is not here to serve industry. I know that you believe in the consumer mission, but it's very hard to hear consistent meetings of meet and greets of people who obviously know each other because, it's just industry, but then ask for causation out of IDIs versus sticking to epidemiology, which looks at a problem, tries to hypothesize, looks at the results. Commissioner Dziak, is that right? Sorry. I just want to say thank you also for joining. Obviously, I've been in contact with you and I look forward to connecting with you too a little bit more. But I really wanted to highlight what the agency has done. I know that there's an Justice 40, I can't remember, initiative also to have 40% of funds actually reach those disadvantaged and disproportionately affected populace. And so I just want to make sure that you guys know that that populace needs to be the consumer. It doesn't need to be those small businesses or minority enterprises that are still profiting off of the lives that don't even have a say. So I think that's everything. Let me just review. Oh, yes. In General Counsel Schlick, Rich and Executive Director Schlick, there is another issue that I do want to bring to your attention. Regulations.gov, whenever we submit public comment, which of course is the way that we engage with the agency, there is no requirement that legal names be actually put as the submitter name. When I was doing my pro se legal research, because unfortunately I can't even find a civil attorney to represent me equally, it was very hard to sift through nicknames of submissions or, the business being the submission. So in just like transparency, if we could maybe suggest that to whoever that is, I don't know how to even start doing that. That would be really helpful. Ben, I did want to do this really quick. We did this before we left the Airbnb. By the way, Airbnbs do not require CO2 monitors. If anyone wants to do that. Anyway, so Ben, if you invented something like those science projects we've been talking about, and it hurt like him and our neighbor, what do you think is it? Like, what would you do?
I would destroy that invention and make a safer invention.
But like, why?
Because I don't want to hurt anyone.
Yeah, but like, what if you were making a lot of money and you could be like Mr. Beast rich?
That wouldn't matter. Money doesn't matter. It only matters about the life that you're having.
So with that, I announced that yes, consumer education is important, but the key that I see missing here is industry education. Because if we had more parents who felt comfortable and safe to tell these people what is going wrong, they would learn that lesson like my child has been able to after seeing his sister die that morning. He understands that it wasn't anyone's problem, but if he can still have that clarity of that is wrong, I don't understand how industry has any gray space. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to everybody on the panel. We covered actually a very diverse range of issues on the third panel. We're going to turn now to questions from the commissioners. Sorry about that. I would say again, just thanks to everybody who has participated. You're all raising important issues for the commission. I know for some of you this is very difficult, so appreciate you coming forward and providing your insights. On the e-bike side of things, I know that Commissioner Boyle has been taking really a championship role in that, and I would only note that when I was talking to the EU recently, e-bikes are limited to 25 kilometers per hour, and I think there is obviously NHTSA has jurisdiction over motor vehicles. I think it's an interesting issue that we need to look at, but it will become cross agency as well. For those, the rest of you, I mean, I do take very seriously the issues you brought before us. Appreciate bringing the data to us because we are a data-driven agency. So want to hear more about that and to be able to build from there. So with that, I'm going to turn to my colleagues. Commissioner Felton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to Ms. Satchett and all of the participants from Marin County, I do appreciate your testimony and participation today. This is an important issue that's before the commission. I want to assure you it's one that we're taking seriously. I agree that in particular, greater clarity about the classifications and limits would be helpful, including sort of where the line between CPSC and NHTSA should fall. I think that's something that would be helpful and that we should continue to discuss. Mr. Neltner, thank you for being here. You mentioned your work on CPSIA. I want to thank you for that. That's a law that strengthens CPSC's role in enforcing lead limits and authorizing CPSC's import surveillance activities. During the COVID-19 pandemic, CPSC pulled its inspectors back from the ports, and lead violations that we identified and interdicted at the ports dropped to nearly zero in 2020 and progressed well into the pandemic. Do you have a view as to the risk that resulted to consumers from this pullback?
I was not aware of the pullback. I know how important the proactive approach of the third-party certification and those inspections have served. So losing that is you're exposing a lot of people, especially those who were at the home. And we also know that lead testing dropped during that time, so we wouldn't have noticed it. So yes, keeping that vigilance up is really important, and I appreciate it.
The acting chairman at the time stated his view that lead in toys isn't a particularly big hazard to consumers or kids in particular. Is that something you agree with?
I think we've made tremendous improvements because of the standards. I think we still need to go further.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, I want to thank all of our presenters on the panel today for being here. I know that the issues that we discussed are emotional and can be difficult for many of our presenters. So thank you for sharing that with us. Please know that all of you are an invaluable part of helping us to try to anticipate problems and craft solutions as best we can. As we work to set the commission's priorities going forward, I know that my own efforts will owe a great deal to the comments that we received. So I thank you for your on CPSC. Thank you all very much. I have no further questions.
Commissioner Trumka.
Ms. Thomas Romero, thank you so much for being here. And Benjamin, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. I can't wait till you have your own company because your outlook on safety is how I wish everybody thought about it. So thank you. And I'm so glad you're here to see your mom in action and to see how important she is, because you should know that she is the most important person in this room, and her telling her story drives change, not just in this room, but across the entire country. So I hope you give her a big hug and tell her to keep doing exactly what she's doing, because she's making change happen. So thank you. Mr. Neltner, thank you for being here, and thank you for bringing something very important to our attention. You're pointing us to an unfulfilled mandate. And 15 years ago or so, the agency did set these levels for children's toys and paint for lead levels. And you're telling us that the law required a reassessment every 5 years and to reduce those levels downward at each 5-year assessment to the lowest levels technologically feasible. And it sounded like you were saying that it is technologically feasible to go lower. So if we had done those assessments, do you think that's what we would have found?
Absolutely, based on my understanding of the industry and also some of the testing we've done.
I'd appreciate you to share anything you could share with us there to the extent we haven't already seen it. And you know, we're talking about, you pointed out, I mean, lead is a very well-known neurotoxin with very serious effects at any level, because it is cumulative in its effect. And sort of 100 parts per million for lead in children's toys, 100 parts per billion, or sorry, 100 parts per million, 90 parts per million for lead in paint. You heard me mixing that up because I'm used to hearing about these things for an ingestion thought in the parts per billion, in the low single digits parts per billion, where we want those at. And so, of course, it's technologically feasible to go way lower than where we're at. So I thank you for bringing that up. Separate issue for you, Mr. Neltner. So under the Federal Hazardous Substances Act, companies are required to label if they have toxins in the products. One thing we don't have that I'm aware of is a cumulative list of every toxin that other agencies that we've declared toxic. Would us putting something like that together be a helpful resource for companies trying to comply with the law?
I think it would be very helpful. Most people don't realize all the chemicals that are out there that can create hazards. I know that when I was working in industry, I'm a chemical engineer, there was very little understanding of it. And just those lists are what people focused on.
Thank you. Dr. Zuckerman, thank you so much for joining us. And I wanted to, you were talking about the increasing prevalence of tire waste and other synthetic rubber within homes and within daycares. And you talked about a report for outside, but can you tell us a little bit more about the inside, and has the research kept up with that hazard?
There's really no research on that. I mean, I was shocked myself just going online because I was just looking for a graphic on one thing and I saw all these ads. I just had no idea what was going on, and they're everywhere. And then I started talking to people even in this area, and they're saying, oh yeah, my neighbor has just put, these recycled tire crumbs in their yard. They're not even talking about the ones around plants, because those are hard to see because they look just like wood mulch. You can't really tell, but the playground ones are obvious. And, we knew that there were in places like California, when there was a drought, that people started putting artificial turf in their yards because they couldn't water lawns. But what shocked me was how this is everywhere. And I have to tell you, it's even at the playground for sick children at NIH. And at NIH, the sickest children get care there for limited periods of time, and they have a playground area that is filled with loose tire mulch. It's not what most playgrounds have. It's called PIP or PIP, which is a solid rubber, and underneath is the tire crumb, and the top does deteriorate, and then the tire crumb comes up, and that's what has been studied before. But now it's loose. I mean, now it's being sold for people's yards, and it's very popular.
The other question I'll ask you here is, you talked about the EPA study, which we contributed somewhat to here, and you talked about numerous shortcomings, and you've written about those, and I do read those with interest. One of the things you talked about was they just got the temperature wrong. I mean, you measured the temperature of these things; they get extraordinarily hot. You've got a picture of a 180-degree thermometer on here. I'd just like you to cover any shortcomings you see, and what do you take with the characterization at the end that these things are generally safe?
Well, I was at the, when they released that report a couple of weeks ago, and we were all online, and we had the opportunity to ask questions in the chat, which I did ask. I said, how could you get a temperature no higher than 105 when we're getting nothing lower than 140, and that's not on a summer day? And they didn't answer that question. It was actually the only question that was in the chat that wasn't answered. So I don't know the answer, except to say we've measured the temperatures, and a lot of people have measured the temperatures, and they're almost always at least 50 degrees higher. So in the winter, that's not so bad, but in the summer, either if it's warm out or particularly when it's sunny, the temperatures can get as high as 180. And we've never seen anything as low as 105 in the summer. Never.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the participants here. I do really appreciate your input and your testimony, and I've read it with great care. And to our participants from California, I do want to thank you for your comprehensive presentation on e-bike issues that I think in a lot of ways is a microcosm of what we are seeing here at the agency on a broader level. So I do really appreciate the input that you have given. And Supervisor Sackett, I guess I would just ask you, in general, since you started this initiative, which is really not that long ago, what the response has been in terms of users, your school system, law enforcement. What has the stakeholder response been to your initiative?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think, the data that we've only been collecting since October, so I don't know that we would like to look at a decrease in injuries, and I just don't know that we have enough information yet to make that conclusion, and we might not. I think that the education piece to families has really increased. One of the things we were hoping to do was we actually did a push before the holidays to just stop parents from going out and sort of buying whatever the kids wanted, to say, what is the difference between class 1, 2, and 3? So I think that the education is out there. Anecdotally, I feel like we're seeing a lot more helmet use than we were at the beginning of the school year, which is, you know, a great thing across the board, but they're still very prevalent. And, you know, 14, 15, 16-year-olds, you know, going at incredibly high speeds. If you look at our sort of community chats and next door, people are complaining about this all the time. Nobody wants to hit a kid. Or hit anybody, and drivers are sounding the alarm, and we still do just see, you know, a significant demographic of folks who are still riding the pedalless bikes at high speeds, and these kids don't have experience in traffic, which is also, you know, a big part of the equation. So I think that the word is out there to start asking questions, but whether it's having actual impact, we just don't have enough data to know.
Thank you. And I guess I would ask that question to Dr. Willis in a slightly different way in terms of the data. I think you said you put out the health advisory in November of 2023, but I think you also said you've seen a flat reporting of injuries, particularly in that cohort of 10 to 15-year-olds. Is that correct? So how would you, it's early, but would you make an assessment of how your health advisory has had an impact on injuries?
We really can't look at the data to answer that question. I think Supervisor Sackett's comments I would agree with, that there's certainly an increased level of awareness. We also, another example of that is that several of our schools now have instituted policies where kids who are riding e-bikes to school, in order to park them on campus, will need to go through a registration process. In order to have the bike registered, they have to go through an education. So there is action and activity happening within the community to respond to this risk. And I think a lot of that was prompted by our collection of the data and then our response to the data and informing the community about what we see as objective evidence of harm.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask you just a logistics question about how you switched the way you collected the data to identify or distinguish between e-bikes and bikes? I must say you said it as if it was a very fluid, easy process to do. And I just would be curious what that actually looked like so that you could do an accurate assessment.
Yeah, in Marin County, all of our ambulance crews are operating through fire departments, and it's administered under public health. So we have already a benefit of kind of visibility through an electronic medical record in our EMS system that we have actually control over. So what we asked them to do is add what's called a structured field into that EMR, the electronic medical record. For if it's classified as a bicycle injury, there's a drop down, and it basically requires them to say is an e-bike or a regular bike before they can go on with the rest of the record. So it becomes part of the structured data that we can see even on a daily basis. I could look at reports for e-bike related injuries. And that's been as far as we could push our ambulance crews in terms of doing an extra step for the sake of data collection. Obviously, their primary role is to stabilize people and get them to the hospital. We were not able to compel an additional analysis, which I think is really important, is the class of e-bike. It's too much to ask an ambulance crew to say, this is a class 1 versus a class 2 versus a class 3. But importantly, that's, I think, an important gap in our data at the local level that would be important to fill, hopefully through national or state-based surveillance systems, because so much of our policy and regulations do rely on understanding the class is specific.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And again, I do appreciate the input from all of you. Thank you. I don't have additional questions.
Commissioner Ziak?
Thank you. And thank you again to all the participants in this panel and earlier for the parents. We know this is challenging and difficult. Thank you to the folks from Marin County and to Commissioner Boyle, who has been a leader on e-bikes and e-bike safety. As someone who is an avid cyclist, though less so recently, had a moped as a 14 to 16-year-old, a motorcycle that I got rid of a few years ago. I've run the range of motorized two-wheel vehicles. One of the things, and I think this is probably a question for Mr. Middlestad, I'm hopefully pronouncing your name correctly. and Commissioner Feldman mentioned this, I think we need clarity. My recollection, and I had to get a license when I had my moped from the state of Ohio. I had to take a test. It was run similar to the test you would have to get a motorcycle license. You had limitations on when you could operate it. But the limit on the moped itself, at least in the state of Ohio, and I do think these probably vary state by state, was 30 miles an hour. What I'm hearing here is that some e-bike, class 2 e-bike manufacturers can modify those to go, again, as fast as 50 miles an hour. Would that not be, in your view, switch it from an e-bicycle, a class 2 e-bicycle, to a moped? Or is that something that is done, an analysis that would have to be conducted state by state?
Well, in California, you're correct that the classification of a moped is a device with a throttle that's limited to 30 miles per hour. Because these go faster than 30, they're not mopeds. The law in California is a little confusing what it actually is, because the motorcycle definition is based on a gas-powered engine with measured in cubic centimeters, not in watts. So there's a discussion that can be had what exactly these things are. But what we know for sure is they're not bicycles, and they're not e-bikes.
It sounds like you would agree with Commissioner Feldman's statement earlier that we need to clean up what these things are and who has jurisdiction over what, be it at NHTSA, us, or the state level. So appreciate that insight. Dr. Willis, just a comment. Thank you. I pulled up your the Marin County bicycle safety data. You did something that I often request, both here and with folks that bring information here, which is you normalize the information. I think that does present very clearly the differentiation in the accident rates with that 10 to 15-year-old cohort, because you're seeing it on a per $100,000 basis. So thank you for that, and would encourage all of those who provide information to CPSC when possible to normalize it. So thank you for that. I have no further questions.
Got a request for a second round, Commissioner Trumka.
Thank you. Mr. Middlestat, we will stick with you for a sec. I was really impressed by your group's outreach to retailers, which seemed like a great idea, and by the response that you got. And you highlighted a group called Sports Basement and its CEO, Eric Prosnitz, hearing your argument in stopping sales of certain bikes. So just give them a shout out. So good for that company, good for Sports Basement, and good for you. You also mentioned outreach to some other retailers, including Best Buy, who are considering similar action. Any update on whether you've had more buy-in from retailers and where those efforts stand?
The other retailers in Marin County have gone silent on me, including Best Buy, but I haven't given up. But we had a big breakthrough on Friday, if I can just mention it, where our 4 local police chiefs issued a letter to parents that I hope will make its way to retailers, identifying these popular brands that are not legally e-bikes, and saying that there's going to be a 2-week grace period for education, and then the police are going to start enforcing the law, and the police are going to work with the schools to have a registration program to weed out these bikes being sold as e-bikes that are mopeds or whatever they are. So we are making progress. I think as that develops, I'm hoping more retailers will see the light as well.
Yeah, and this goes to Mr. Connolly's point. It's tremendous you all are doing so much in Marin County and in California, but it really highlights the need for what Commissioner Ziak was just saying about we really need to step up at the federal level and give some clear guidance so it's not left to everybody to figure this out. So thank you all for the work that you're doing. Mr. Allen, you were the first to speak on this panel. You had to wait quite a while for a question, but I have one for you. So you talked about the UL standard, and you said it's a good standard, but is the issue that it's just not complied with?
It's not complied with, and it's absolutely not complied with. And you folks have also talked about window guards and have standards with that. There's no reason that an air conditioner in a window shouldn't meet the same standard as a window guard, which is all possible. It's just not. There's nobody upholding it. It's as if when you live in, and I'm going to say the sewage, you just accept things. And this has been accepted forever, and it's not adequate. And there are adequate ways. I'm no Einstein, but I did find a way to hold an air conditioner in a window like this with the window open. And it's not a big deal. It just hasn't been lawful or, you know.
Well, thank you for the work that you're doing on safety with that, because if we've got a good standard and we just need ways to comply with it, thank you for creating one.
It's there.
Well, good. I appreciate your work there.
Thank you.
And Ms. Thomas Romero, the remainder of my time is yours. You alluded to before issues you had in the ASTM voluntary standard discussions for weighted infant products. The floor is yours.
If you can turn on your mic too.
So I had tried to find a way to best contribute to the voluntary standards process in an objective way that I could learn with the skill sets that I have, which are somewhat limited since I'm not a doctorate in anything. I figured that would be incident data analysis. I had 5 months of sitting on my county FEMA team, which does the same type of decimation of unidentified information or de-identified information. So I was allowed to do that for the infant loungers committee. I found a lot of issues, but I figured that was the grief because you guys know that was such an important part of Allie's passing. And then there were issues basically with the term, how we defined if there was an incident or not once I was voted in to co-chair when I was voted in to co-chair the infant wearable blankets incident data analysis. Unfortunately, because that's what we were told there was no incidents. And so although CPSC had provided incidents of weighted products to the original data set, those decisions were made to remove or occlude or never mention the fact that they were incidents in a weighted product. One of them included this actual weighted product. It was a baby, it was 2-month-old. The IDI actually says that the hospital staff thought it caused it. It says cause. It was petechial hemorrhage or petechial rash based on how it was put around the baby. The baby had also thrown up, so who knows what. But it's very hard for me to now read stories and I've reached out to NPR, I think they redacted it, where it's being perpetuated that the incidents have never happened. I understand why it happened with me. So let me also clarify, Allie was wearing a sleep sack and a swaddle. She was also fed a bottle without supervision because that's just what we always did. There was a blanket underneath Allie underneath the bottle to help prop it up. That was thankfully recalled by TJ Maxx immediately once they found out it was part of the incident, because I'm assuming there was missing some labels or warnings or some other requirement as well. But it's very hard for me to objectively say what's happened at ASTM because I don't think they deserve that part of my journey. I feel like that would also stop my ability to participate well and keep going, and they don't get to take that from me. I do want to add something else though, if really quick, Rich. My IDI published with the data set for the infant support cushions, which was awesome because that was just such a great, it's out there, it's public. WCMA's decision has a good after all. However, it was missing that Allie's Hispanic. I know that my death certificate says that Allie's Hispanic, but I don't know if that might be something that the agency might be able to look at if there's a lapse on the death certificate data that we have received for 2022 and how it's being decimated into IDIs.
We can look into that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Ms. Wall. Hearing no others, again, like to thank everybody who has testified today on this panel and on the previous panels as well. It's critically important to the agency to hear from all stakeholders and have the opportunity to take this information in as we're developing our priorities for the next year. So obviously, to the extent that there are written statements that have been put in, we'll take a look at those in addition to the ones of the oral testimonies we had today. We have a lot of work to do coming up. So thank you again for your feedback, and this hearing is adjourned. 3:45 work for folks?